Hello, futsal people. How we doing? How we doing? It's semifinal time. Big match. Big match to start things off. It is the young, exciting, electric Cuban side taking on this awesome defending back-to-back champions Costa Rica. It's going to be a banger. It's going to set the tone for the night. It's going to wake people up. And they're going to see how beautiful this game actually is. Let's get set up. Let's go. Get ourselves some things here, some score bugs. Some banners. Some people. How is everyone feeling? Are you guys excited? Let's start the poll. Who you got? I'm going to go out on a limb here. I think Cuba might win this thing. I think they might stop these defending champs from making history. They're a good-looking side. All right, guys, here we go. Allow me to do this. Hey, welcome, guys. This camera is low, huh? Get up here. Sneak peek at my microphone there. You guys never see my microphone on this channel. Forgot I had that packed away. I gotta fix that aquarium too. Look at that. Ugh. Oh. Oh, still got it wrong. Right there. Gotta fix that. That's too much light. I'm gonna blind you guys. Okay, got it. How's everybody feeling? I'm feeling good today. I'm excited for this one. It is gonna be a hell of a match. Let's let people know we're here real quick. I just need to make a couple posts. Let people know we're live, and we're getting right after it. All right, all right. How's everyone doing? Are we excited? Are we nervous? Both. Who's everyone cheering for here as we get things started? Costa Rica in white. Those pinstripe kits. They're good looking. I like them. Cuba, excuse me, in the red with the blue across the top there. They're kind of go to this tournament. Hey, come down from there, score bug. You guys get to enjoy some editing on the fly here. I apologize. Unlocked. There we go. Okay. How about right here? You guys okay with that? We're 9 seconds in. Costa Rica's already getting after it. They heard all those mean things I said. This Costa Rican side is really good. There is a really good chance they just march on. But I just have a good feeling about this Cuban side. That's a young team. A lot of upside. They've been playing extremely well. I think that they could be. I think they could be a good squad and a good opportunity here to push the Costa Rican side to their limit. No one's The Costa Rican side has been very consistent. I think that they don't look near as strong as they have in years past, though. So there's a chance for some magic. They see their first opportunity just now. They're going to get a corner kick. Love it. Love it. Love it. All right. What do you guys think? Who are you excited to see tonight? It's going to be a good match. Real good match. Let me fix that aquarium. That's going to bug me if I don't fix it. Keep an eye on this game, though. Making sure we don't miss out on anything. Lot of good quality today. We get to watch our World Cup qualified teams take on the rest of this tournament. Everyone you see play tonight is headed to Uzbekistan. They've earned it. Really good set of teams here. Mate time. Let's go. Cuba's got to feel good about qualifying. They had a great game. Costa Rica's probably got to feel like it's business as usual for them. Most appearances in a World Cup from CONCACAF. I believe it's 6. Fact check me if I'm wrong, guys. I don't mind being told I'm wrong. It's okay. All right. And then later tonight, we're going to stick around. We're going to watch Guatemala play Panama. We're going to see who makes it to the final. Talking with Luke yesterday at the end of the stream, if you guys were there for that. Luke picked Costa Rica and Guatemala. And I think I picked Guatemala and Cuba. So, depending on how this goes, maybe we'll do a little wager for the final. We'll see. We might still do a wager anyway. Just have some fun. We'll talk to Luke when he gets on later today. See what he says. See if he's up for it. And if we can get creative enough to figure that out. Bit of a battle for both these teams so far. We've seen a lot of that this tournament where the early goings in a lot of these matches are really intense. And it's a lot of back and forth in the middle of the court. Not a ton of quality opportunities on net. And then as the teams start to get into their groove, it starts to get more and more dangerous on both sides of the ball. So this seems to be kind of par for the course so far. Costa Rica at the moment seems to have a little of a bit of an advantage, a little more of the ball. If your team's out of the tournament, who are you cheering for? Who's on your radar? With the USA being out, I was cheering for the Dominican and Canada as well in that quarterfinal to move forward. So none of my teams really made it. Uh, but I think Canada and the Dominican Republic both showed very well. United States looked like crap, but I think everybody knew that was going to happen. That knew what's going on in the United States. That wasn't our futsal team. That was our arena soccer team. They should have never been here. They were not who CONCACAF invited. Cuba looking to get something going here. They've had a bit of a turnover there, but they had a nice little run of play, a little bit of control. Ooh, cheeky little back heel there from Costa Rica on a shot, but not on frame. Not on frame that time. Hey, we hit 200 subs last night. Thank you guys very much for being a part of this community. I appreciate it so much. We are really growing something special here. I would love to do some kind of special project on the channel that's actually futsal play related. It kind of goes against what this channel's been doing, not because we're not interested in getting that involved, but just not the format we've used up to this point. But you guys have really liked this watch party stuff. And maybe we need to look into diversifying the content. It's all going to be about futsal no matter what. But maybe the platform we present it to you in needs to be a little different, needs to be a little more unique in a couple different ways. Figure out ways we could get this channel more involved. And, it's obvious now more than ever that the futsal community in the United States needs help and support. And since that's where I'm based, that's where I can arguably make the most impact. But I love covering this sport across the globe. So if you guys are in here and you're in a country and we're not following your league, let me know how I can follow it. Are they on Facebook? Are they on YouTube? What channel or page is it on? And I will do my best to cover them and do videos on them, so that I could do stuff that's relatable to you guys, as well as maybe some other things across the globe you're not familiar with for the rest of our viewers. So definitely something I'm interested in doing. Always trying to learn more and trying to surround myself with people who know more. Had a real nice conversation with someone today in the United States that has way more experience and connections than I do. And I took a little crash course in education and some recent U.S. futsal history, as well as brainstormed on some things. A couple ideas were floated out, and maybe we make them a series on the channel and start following that kind of stuff. Tell me what you guys are interested in. Both these teams still trying to find a foothold here. Costa Rica with a nice little sequence there, forcing a kick save, and now they got a corner. Maybe this can come down a little bit. I might have overreacted to that. How's that look, guys? You cool with that? Oh, now you see my mic again. No, 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 no. Get out of there. Get out of there. Better? Worse? Dizzy? Cuba now with a quarter. Oh, the scoring account was almost unlocked there. And it was Cuba that almost did it. That was a great little sequence. Shot just wide. Oh, man. Guys, you know what else? This Cuba side is young. These guys will be back. Oops. Cuba holding the ball right now, trying to work something out of the back. This is going to be an exciting semifinal tonight. I'm looking forward to this game and how it develops, but also looking forward to the next game, Panama and Guatemala. We're going to stick around for it too. We're going to be here all night. Hang out with you guys. Hopefully, have some good conversation. We had some great conversation last night with you guys. Great chat. Great people in the chat. We love you being here. Cuba looking dangerous here. Ah, wow. First shot deflected by a defender. Second shot just couldn't get it on frame. It went out safely to the side. See what Costa Rica can figure out here. You know, yesterday was very smash and grab, very physical, right out of the gate. Just a lot of intense plays. Uh, Seemed like the games yesterday, all the teams were a little faster to warm up and get in a groove and start taking chances. A lot on the line yesterday with those World Cup berths. Arguably more important than today in a lot of ways. But that doesn't mean that these guys still don't have something to play for. So I'm curious to see who shows up first and who starts taking risks first to try and get this game opened up. Very calm, very smart futsal so far from both teams. Just trying to keep their cool. Ooh. We'll have a new friend of the channel showing up in these CONCACAF streams here soon too. Canadian referee Chris Grabas. I believe he is officiating the Guatemala match tonight against Panama. So we'll keep an eye out and heckle him from afar. And I'm really excited because I think we're going to be able to do an interview with him once he gets home. So we're going to give him some time to settle in and get home. He is in the referee pool for Uzbekistan as well. So he'll find out in a couple months if he made the cut for that. In the meantime, he is a regular at the CONCACAF tournaments. I am a Chris fan. I like Chris. He's a nice guy. I was fortunate that he and a team of referees came down to Akron, Ohio for one of our youth tournaments and used that opportunity to kind of coach the referees with his experience and then give his youthful, I should say, referee squad some extra practice, I guess you could say, within our league. One of the things I found interesting from him, talking to his team of referees, is that there's really not a youth games there like there are in the United States. And when you consider that and how much better Canada looked in this tournament than the United States, it's kind of perplexing. But their adult league seems much more organized than what we have here as well, at least from afar. I don't know the inner workings. And a little over halfway through this match and still no goals. I promise that's not me slacking on the scoreboard, guys. That is the actual score, 0-0. 9 minutes 40 seconds into the to go in the match. Recently here, Cuba with the lion's share possession, I think. Costa Rica playing very patient, very calm, not ones to be rattled. Man, great steal from Costa Rica there, but nobody really followed through with him. Cross just goes out of bounds and is harmless. Everybody's got Cuba so far, huh? Not what I expected. Where's my bandwagon Costa Rica fans at? Get in that pole. I'm with you guys. I picked Cuba to win this match last night as we were chatting at the end of the night after the games were over. These guys are young. They look strong. They look confident. Costa Rica's won all their games, but they don't look quite like the Costa Rica of years past. Still definitely arguably the best team here. But I think if anyone's going to knock them out, I think it's going to be this Cuban side. I've said it before. I've said it again on these streams. When you guys see my thermos, I just want you to know that this is an old school camping Stanley thermos. This is not a basic white girl coffee mug Stanley. All right. So I don't want to hear any comments in the chat about my basic thermos. This is the real deal. All right. And I'm not sponsored. I'm just saying. Don't you tease me now, guys. And I hate to use this phrase, but I've had this thermos since before they were cool. Okay. Appreciate you guys so much for being here. Feel free to sound off in the chat. If you guys have things you want to talk about, questions, just want to brag about your team, cheer for your team, that's what the chat's for. Use it and abuse it. You just want to spam some emojis? I'm with you on that. We can do that. Let us know you're here. I'll shout you out. Both these teams looking very calm, very collected, being patient, not really rushing opportunities. Both these teams have been so impressive. Those of you guys that are cheering for Cuba in the chat, is there a league in Cuba that you're following? When I was looking at the rosters, it looks like most of these guys are tied to local teams. I think I already follow the Costa Rican league. I know they've streamed some stuff on Facebook. I just need to figure out how to watch these Cuban guys once they go home. Oh, great defensive effort there. Jonathan Hernandez. He's been so good this whole tournament. I know he's a favorite of Luke's. Been very impressive throughout. Great offensive and defensively. Oh, guys, how come nobody yelled at me for this score bug being wrong? That's not Costa Rica's logo. Oh, we got our first goal for Costa Rica as well. They are on the board. I'm going to flip-flop these too because that's how they are in the CONCACAF stream. So the account is open. It is 1-0 Costa Rica. A play down the line. A faked out defender. Dribbles to the top of the arc and finds the back of the net. Nice individual effort there. Well done. Pablo Rodriguez is the goal scorer. Ugh. I wish that looked better. For some reason, that blue text on this red background in this score bug just never quite looks right. I figured out a way to clean that up a little bit. I'm not sure if I need to adjust that color code or if it's the score bug programming itself that's keeping me from making that look pretty. Well, you know why. There we go. So just over 4 minutes to go in the play for the first half. It is 1-0 Costa Rica. They've been very patient. So is Cuba. Ariana, welcome back. Good to see you. Good to have you in the chat. Oh, and attack that fizzles out for Cuba a little bit there. Guys, our next stream will be Saturday, which is April 19th. It'll be the final. Winner of this game facing the winner of the next game, Guatemala versus Panama. But before that, we're going to watch the third place match together as well. So, Jimmy G, when's it start? It's happening now, man. We are at 3 minutes and 20 seconds left in the first half. It is 1-0 Costa Rica. Nice little effort there by Cuba. Just not enough to test the keeper. Seemed to go right to him. And if anybody in the chat are fans of American futsal, the NFPL has a match on Saturday as well. It's their second semifinal match during their playoffs. We'll keep half an eye on that. But the focus for me is going to be CONCACAF and that third place match during that time. So the United States national team goalkeeper will be in action for his club. And then they will be facing, my team, Grand Rapids Olay, that I cheer for, which is somewhat sacrilegious. I live in a rival state. But since I don't have a futsal team here anymore, I connected with the guys in Grand Rapids and try and help them with some content, and I've talked quite a bit with their guys. But they've had an unusual season compared to their usual NFPL journeys. On a string of bad results here. So they're going to have an uphill battle against Robert Dameron in Futsal Factory. One of their old players, Cole Russell, has found his way back to Ann Arbor, Michigan, and is playing with Futsal Factory. And he has made a world of a difference for those guys. How come the U.S. does not have a competitive team in futsal? Byron, that is a great question. Did you mean the national team and how they performed, or do you mean like as far as leagues in the United States? Because there are some small leagues, but we just don't have any money backing those leagues to make them bigger than they are. And I have a conspiracy theory on that, but depending on what your question was, I don't want to go down a rabbit hole and miss it. But as far as the United States national team, if that's what you're referring to, no, this hurts my soul. The national team. Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure. The national team is not competitive because the United States insists on bringing arena soccer players to play futsal in regional tournaments. So if you guys remember, or if you were around for futsal in 2021, awkward time, I know, with everything else going on in the world, but we had a real futsal coach who brought in real futsal tactics and a lot of real futsalers. And we got runners up to Costa Rica and qualified for the World Cup for the first time since 2008, I believe. And then since then, that coach has been fired. And the rumors around it suggest that it was very petty back office politics from U.S. Soccer and some other interest groups that are affiliated with U.S. Soccer. And so now, the people who are really pulling the strings are arena soccer people in the United States. So our coach is an arena soccer player. or he's an ex-arena soccer player, and he's an arena soccer coach for Utica City. So a big chunk of our players came from his team back home. And then our assistant coach is on the coaching staff for another arena soccer team in Texas. And that's where another big chunk of our players came from. And then they sprinkled just a couple futsal players in there. And I mean, that you can't, it's not enough. You can't do that. When two of your four real futsal players are your goalkeepers, you're never going to perform well in this tournament, period. And I think it showed. They didn't look like they wanted to be there. They played really slow. They played without any heart. And I think it's because they're still learning the game. They have no idea what they're doing. And it's embarrassing. The United States should be embarrassed. U.S. soccer should be embarrassed. But they don't even know. They don't know what's going on with their futsal program. It's a huge miss here. There's a huge market for it that's being underserviced. And it's because we allow, or U.S. soccer, well, there's a number of things going on with the politics of who knows who. But arena soccer people are running futsal. And I think personally, they don't want it to be successful because that is direct competition to arena soccer. Futsal is much more exciting. It's better for development for youth. I think it's a more tactical game, which makes it more fun to watch. And I think MASL knows that. So they don't want it to get good. They don't want it to get any traction. That's going to take viewers away from them. That's going to take money out of their pocket. And that's all they care about. Halftime here. Costa Rica goes into the half with a 1-0 lead. It is halftime in Nicaragua. What do you guys think of that first half so far? Byron, are you in the U.S.? I'd be curious what your thoughts are on all that. I ranted long enough. I don't want to bore you guys. Yeah, it's funny you asked that, Byron, because I had a very long conversation with someone very ingrained in futsal in the United States today. Had about a hour-long chat on the phone, and we were both kind of lamenting how awful this tournament was for the United States, how poorly they performed. You are. Do you have any futsal teams in your area? Because I think one of the big problems we have here in the US too, and it kind of goes back to not being able to grow this sport further on a competitive level, but our youth have nowhere to go in futsal after they hit 12, 11, 12 years old. There's no clear path. And I think we need more adult teams, we need more competitive programs, and right now most if not all of our teams are amateur level. It's a cleaned up amateur team. There's a few teams out there that are paying their players, but very few. So what do these kids ultimately have to play for? What's to keep them invested in futsal once they hit high school? A couple really good programs out there in the United States. Lansing City does it right in Michigan. You've got Bruce FC in Phoenix, Arizona that does a fantastic job, does it right, runs his club, like it would in Brazil. Santa Fe Gloom is on the up and up. That is a brand new team. They're still building things, but I really like the owner out there, David Fresquez. He has a very refreshing energy, um, and drive and community, like a sense of community that he pushes as well as a big part of his program's culture. And I think that's huge. We've got to be grassroots and reach out to our communities as futsalers. We got to grow this from the bottom up. We got to force U.S. soccer to recognize the true futsal community and support us. And I think it's really important that we control our own destiny as futsalers and force their hand. We can't wait for U.S. soccer to decide they got a few extra bucks to throw our way to fund something. It's not ever going to happen. But if we force change, if we show up to our local teams, if we watch streams and create marketing opportunities that generates money for this sport in the United States, it could be something extremely special. We were so close once. I'm sure we can harness that again with the right people. It's got to be the right people. And I would argue that some of the people that are futsal people in our communities are not really futsal people in our communities. They're businessmen in our community. Once this sport gets to a point that they have to share money with someone else or sharing the glory with someone else, they clam up and they quit working. See it everywhere. And the outdoor game has the same problem. It's not just us. The U.S. soccer community as a whole, top to bottom, is such a mess. Got a few more votes in our poll, I see. Cuba's still the favorites amongst the fans in here. I like it. I like that pick. I'm sticking with them too. I don't think they had a very didn't have a lot of opportunities offensively. Costa Rica did a good time shutting them down in that first half, but they don't look phased by it. They look calm, cool, collected. It's only a goal. Means nothing in futsal. So we'll see what this second half brings. Do they come out looking to punch him in the mouth right off the rip? Do they stay patient, wait for that mistake to happen when it does? We'll see. We'll see what Cuba does. Either way, this is a young, dangerous team that's going to have a lot of longevity, I think. They're interesting. Let me just grab my snack for the night here. Mute for the wrapper so you don't have to suffer through that. All right. Wasn't too bad. Yeah, there's a lot that needs to change in the United States. A lot. If we want to get to this level of these two teams that we're watching now. I'd love to be a part of it. That's why this channel's here. I want to get futsal people together. I want to get us thinking. I want to get us networking. How do we push this thing forward and make it really, really special? One of the things that kills me, universities have dodgeball tournaments with each other. Dodgeball. And we can't get futsal going at a collegiate level or even just some semi-pro leagues when soccer's in its off season. I mean, so many amateur and semi-pro outdoor leagues are fed by college students looking to stay fresh and stay fit during their off seasons. We could absolutely lean on that. We could create a whole nother pool of players and talent. Futsal complements soccer so much in the style that it's of training, in the style of play. the parts of your brain and your body it exercises. No other practice of soccer can say that. I'd love to see a league too that could bring some of these players in from these other CONCACAF countries. They're entertaining to watch, and players here could learn so much from these guys. Could bring the level of the entire region up. And one of the things the United States is so good at is sports. Like that, you look at our leagues and how well funded they are. Surely they all have their own individual problems that they suffer through. That's going to happen no matter what. But I mean, no one seems to do sports management like the United States does. There's certainly some other good leagues out there. Um, I'd like to see that European basketball is starting to pick up some pace, and people are starting to recognizing how rabid that fan base is. But when you look at the full picture, when you think back to if you've been following futsal for a while in the US and you think back to the times that we almost had a pro league here, I mean, we really choked by not seeing that through. And I've heard some opinions on that from people who were there and where it went wrong. And, you know, some are legitimate, some aren't. But we got to do it the right way. It's got to make business sense for it to work here. And it should. I love when they pan on the crowd. I mean, look at all the different types of people: young, kids, old, grandparents, all different shapes, sizes, ethnicities. This sport speaks to everyone, just like the outdoor game does. I love it. Absolutely love it. Looks like fans are starting to pile in for the next game already, too. See a lot of Panama shirts, see a lot of Guatemalans. Look at this old kid on the Cuba flag with the pacifier. I got two little ones, so that speaks to me. My understanding of this arena is an open air arena too, which is kind of cool. When they're playing there during the daylight, you can kind of see it on that first floor. I don't know if you guys can see it if you're watching the stream. If not, there's like it looks like the wall on the goal end is all glass as well. So from outside, you can really see into the arena and see it rocking and rolling, which is cool. That's another thing too is there's so many beautiful smaller arenas in the United States that could house teams that have a ton of character. Players are making their way back. This should be an electric second half. It's a lot to play for. And there we go. We're off. Second half action. Cuba starts us off. Still looking for that first goal of their semifinals. And out of room. Costa Rica probably looking for some cushion here, right? Let's create some breathing room. I dropped some frames. The stream okay for you guys out there? Mostly smooth? Cuba's going to need something quick here. They got to really set the tone. Put this Costa Rican side on their heels. Great defensive effort. Costa Rica just digging out every time, keeping Cuba from having a legitimate opportunity here. Ooh, good stick, but he goes down two. Oh, wait. Oh, he called the foul there. Referee called the foul. I thought maybe it was just a strong 50-50. Dangerous place here for Costa Rica. You know, thinking back to that first half, not too many fouls in this game. Pretty civil. But Costa Rica now with an opportunity on the corner of the arc on the camera side of the court. Nice turn. Yeah, I don't know what the foul was there, to be honest. I don't have the audio on my stream. I'm just watching it. I'm not listening to the commentators. Ooh, two quick shots from Cuba, but both into the chest of the Costa Rican keeper. Gonna need something special to get around that guy. Costa Rica has not given up much in the way of defensive lapses this tournament. Really making the other team earn it. Costa Rican side been a little quiet? Or excuse me, Cuban side. Cuban side's been a little quiet. They're being very calm, really picking their spots. A few more votes for Costa Rica coming in the poll. It's getting a little tighter now in that poll. 14 votes, and 57% of you think Cuba's gonna, or are cheering for Cuba, I should say. Think Cuba's gonna win this. You got 17 minutes still. A lot of time. Can't even think about a result at this point. Oh, great save there by the Cuban goalkeeper. Really good stuff. Byron, another thing too, I think the reason the US is not competitive is the way they play, because they're a bunch of the arena soccer players. They're used to a bigger space and being able to wait on the ball to come to them. When you watch these two teams, uh, you just look at how fast they transition. If you look at this, pass and move, pass and move. These guys are constantly on their toes. They're constantly faking directions. They're constantly trying to find open space. They don't make a pass and admire it. They don't sit and wait for a ball that's never going to make it to them. And they all get back on defense. They all move forward for offense. US did none of those things. But the worst part of all is there was just no heart. Zero heart from that USA team. The best example of it was in that Panama match yesterday. Every successful defensive effort, that Panamanian bench were on their feet, cheering on their teammates, and their energy level was high even when they weren't on the court. And the US team didn't have energy on the court, and they certainly didn't have it off the court on the bench. Asses glued to seats the whole game. Zero emotion, zero heart. They're checking a box. Yep, we were there. What a goal for Cuba! Wow. Number 5. That is Jose Morales, I believe, number 5. Nice shot. Well done. Great play for Cuba there. They've been patient. They've been waiting for their chance. And they capitalized it on there. He had the space to make the shot. That's the most space that Costa Rica has given Cuba defensively in a long time in this game. And he made the opportunity count. Absolute laser beam. Well done. So 15 minutes to go. It is 1-1. Costa Rica back on the ball here. Still very patient. Don't seem to be phased by that goal. Are? Yeah, you're right. Panama was better in every way. And if we face a team and the other team's better, fine. That was our history of the World Cup. Every team we played was better than us by light years. But the team then under Dushan had heart, had passion. They played till the final whistle. They cheered each other on over the little wins and the big wins. And you see how passionate they were in this tournament 3 years ago. And we just didn't have that this year. That's the most frustrating thing for me about the whole thing is, you know, we we've allowed arena soccer to dictate how we show up to this tournament, and then they don't even care to be there. So we essentially get kicked out by arena soccer players and coaches. The real futsal community of the United States didn't get to represent the Stars and Stripes, and then they half-ass it. Like, why? Why bother? Why are you here? In 3 years since the last time we were here, we regressed as a program by probably about 8. Arena soccer players can't play futsal. They proved it again. They've been proving it for years. And to be fair, the team in 2021 had a lot of arena soccer players on it, but they practiced futsal on the court while they were representing the United States in futsal. Zach Rajette, who now plays for the Kansas City Comets in arena soccer, there's a guy that was an amazing student of the game. Every game you saw him get better at futsal. Every single game, he improved as a futsaler. And we would have been a completely different team without him if he wasn't there. So if these guys from arena soccer want to come over and do futsal, as long as they do it right, I'm cool with that. But these guys are just coming over and playing like they're on turf. Don't get it. And they shouldn't be there. We got a coaching staff that's not qualified to be there. So we've got players that are not qualified to be there. Oh, Cuba almost with the go ahead goal there. You guys are watching that stream. Did you see that? Woohoo! I think I heard some puckering from here. That was a nice little rip. Great counterattack opportunity here for Cuba. They've been great defensively. Costa Rica responds with another great defensive effort themselves. We normally brag in futsal about our high scoring games compared to outdoor. But this is a 1-to-1 game that feels like it's been more intense than that. They call a rolling foul here. Uh, no, I think they called. I think they called the second one. First foul for the half for Cuba. We got 12 minutes left in this game. Great save by the Cuban keeper. Point blank shot. Costa Rica is just so good, man. They're so patient. Every play is thoughtful. A bit of a wild shot there. I guess I spoke too soon. So if Costa Rica moves on and they win again the whole tournament, they'll be the first CONCACAF team to do it 3 years in a row. So a bit of an opportunity for history there for them. But this Cuban side just looks awesome. They got a tough one today. I think Cuba's made a total of 4 finals appearances in their history. They lost to the United States in 96, Costa Rica in 2000, and then they lost to the United States again in 2004, and then Guatemala, I believe, in that 4th year. But 4 consecutive finals for them. Late 90s, early 2000s there. About 10 minutes left. About halfway through this second half. Both teams looking for that go-ahead goal. I had some really good conversations today with some futsal people, so my head is churning with ideas right now, guys. Really got my juices flowing today. Just so many different things that we can do to contribute as a community, support this sport. Wow, nice pass there. We have here. That shot off the post for Costa Rica was pretty close too. We got a foul on Cuba. Costa Rica restarting things. Great run. Ooh, great save by the Cuban keeper. He just gets it away on the rebound too. Oh, what do you guys think so far? Is your pick looking good? Good to see Ariana cheering on Cuba in the chat. Love that. Guys, feel free to chime in, cheer for your team, spam some emojis. Oh, Cuba on a counter here. Is it? Oh, Cuba's ahead. Cuba's ahead. It's 2-1. Oh my goodness. Picks the pocket of Costa Rica. Great little takeaway at half court. Dribbles it down. Costa Rican keeper actually gets a hand on that, but it's not enough to deflect it off frame. And then his defender almost clears it off the line. Oh, a game of inches. And look what it means to him. This is what I'm talking about. The heart of the teams that are still in it right now is the difference maker. The passion for this sport. You can see what it means. So what now? What do they do now? Does either team change their strategy? Does Cuba slow down? Do they speed up? Does Costa Rica change their game plan? 7 minutes, 50 seconds. There's still a lot of time to go. No need to panic. Cuba has to have butterflies in their stomach right now, leading against the defending champs. Adrenaline has to be pumping at an all-time high right now. Jonathan, oh man, he's been so good. How did he get out of that? How did he get out of that? Great lift. The patience of Costa Rica here. Not panicking. Trust the system. Oh, and it almost pays off there. Oh, great play on Cuba's counter here. He keeps the ball, slips it through two defenders. But can't keep it from going out of bounds. Just under 7 to go here, guys. Just under 7 minutes to go. Cuba with a narrow lead over defending champs Costa Rica 2-1. My Cuba fans in the chat, how you feeling right now? Talk to me. Let me know you're okay. Or is the anxiety high? Oh, and Costa Rica with the goal. It's 2-2. Oh, man. Oh, my gosh. Seemingly from nothing for me. That angle. How did he get it through? Nice lift down the line to get away from his defender. Splits the other two defenders barely to find his man on the back post. He taps it past the keeper. What an effort. Way to put your body on the line. Victor Fonseca from Costa Rica. This game's level again. A little higher press now from Costa Rica. They're looking to take advantage of the momentum, it looks like. And they force a turnover from it. So there you go. This is something else. Six minutes to go. Anybody's game. Is this what you guys expected? This is what I expected. I expected a tight game. I thought it'd be a little higher scoring. Listen and look at the Costa Rican fans. They travel so well. They're always loud. They deserve a ton of credit. They've got some die-hard fans. Wow. Another split through the middle that worked for Costa Rica, but fizzles out. Cuba's going to want to think about cutting off those passing lanes through their middle there. Great idea, just not quite the connection Cuba needed there. Boy, oh boy. Costa Rica being patient again. Last couple minutes, they've changed the pace a couple times now. They've been playing the way they play, and suddenly they ramped it up, and now they're back to kind of the original game plan. They just drew a foul. That's a second foul for Cuba this half. So again, third, excuse me, third. Fairly civil game, especially considering what's on the line being a semifinal. At what point do you start throwing everything at every ball? At what point do you take a risk? Tie game, less than 5 minutes to go. This is a point where I would not want to be a coach. I would not want this pressure. I think business as usual is the way to go, though. Whoa, long range shot from Costa Rica, but the Cuban keeper gets a paw on it and pushes it off to the side. Wow. Great stretch. Great save. Well done. Nice little. Oh, Costa Rica again with the goal. What a well drawn up corner kick. A series of quick passes from the corner, carving up that middle, and they find that backdoor shot. Woohoo! That was pretty. That was a beautiful play. Somewhat fortunate there as it deflected off a couple of Cuban players along the way. But they stuck with the play and saw it through. Oh, and the poor keeper. Oh, off the bottom of his leg. He had that covered. Oh, that's the worst. Costa Rica fans have to be feeling good. Goodness gracious. 4:28 to go. Still a ton of time for both teams. Ton of time. Cuba just need to keep their heads. Costa Rica just needs to keep their patience. Don't get too ahead of themselves. See this thing through. And Costa Rica does have the experience on their team to see this through that way and really lock things down and clean up shop a little bit. Cuba's youthful energy. If they throw everything in the kitchen sink at this, they could create a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure and a lot of potential opportunity. Okay, here we go. Cuba staying patient. Looks like a 3-1 formation. Cuba draws a foul. I think that's only 2 for Costa Rica. Yes, two for Costa Rica just confirmed. Oh, great counter. Not quite the goal. Caught Cuba sleeping a little bit there. Just over 3.5 to go. 3.5 minutes to go. Costa Rica's up by one. Cuba remaining patient. Do they fly the keeper here? Or do they stick to the game plan? Here's the thing now with Cuba. They cannot get tunnel vision as players and start doing individual efforts the whole way down the court. They've got to stay focused. They got to keep working as a team. Dissect this formation if they want to get that next goal. Costa Rica doing a great job of remaining patient defensively. There, Cuba backs him up, but loses his footing. They both go down and amounts to nothing. Under 3 minutes to go. Oh boy. Great little lift. Can he make the turn this time? He can. Jonathan Hernandez has been a shining light for this Cuban team the whole tournament. Oh, he finds a. Oh, no, went out of bounds. I thought he found a cross there for a minute. Looked good. That Hernandez is something special. Really like the way he's been playing this tournament. Uh-oh. Costa Rica collects a turnover. They couldn't keep it. 2.5 to go. There's our fifth attacker for Cuba. They're throwing another guy forward. Interestingly, they've not found. Okay, there we go. His first touch. 1, 2, shoot! Goal for Cuba! Oh, within the first two touches of being on the court as the fifth attacker. Oh, wow, that's got to feel good. Just the way they drew it up at the training ground. Oh, wow. He finds the pass down the line, gets the feed right back in the middle of the arc. One touch. Fortunate deflection off a Costa Rican defender. And Harold Aguilera. Wow. I love that. What a play. What a great play. You don't know if this was by design or not, but I noticed Cuba really pushing that left side of the court and then flipped over to make that play happen. The very first time they flipped to the right side of the court, they made it happen quickly. Costa Rica had to shift a little bit because they were favoring that far side of the court. And now we got 1 minute and 25 seconds left. And this game's tied. Cuba driving. Shot off the post. Oh, off the near post. You know, that back door was open. See a little bit of frustration amongst the players on that one. I feel like the Cuban player felt like he probably had an easy tap in if they could find him. Oh, great pickpocket from the Cuba team here. They got a man down in transition. This is going to be tough. And now a counter. Costa Rica countering the other way. Oh, tried to be cute. Less than a minute to go. Oh, man. Heart's racing on this one, guys. Ooh. think we got a timeout here. Oh, another foul for Costa Rica? Must have been a rolling foul. Probably from that when that guy wiped out on that counterattack, if I had to guess. Oh, and a yellow card as well. To Costa Rica, I should clarify. So we're at 25 seconds, and Cuba is running the clock down. Standing on the ball in their own half. 15 seconds now. What's going on here? Are they content with a tiebreaker here? They are. They're killing the clock. Costa Rica seems fine with it. And then the last minute shot from 3/4 of the way. Very interesting. Very interesting that both teams were content with that. Not how I expected that game to end. There you go. 6 goals, 6 different goal scorers. What in the world? Are we straight to penalty kicks here, guys? Does anybody know? Curious stuff. I see more in the chat here. Oh, I'm gonna apologize ahead of time. I think I'm gonna get this name wrong, but I'm gonna try my best. Correct me, please. Mizael, Cuba fan in the chat. Welcome to the chat. Glad to have you here. Even though I probably got your name very wrong, I apologize. What is going on here? A lot of strategy talk from the coaches here. Little break. Goodness gracious. You guys are just joining us. Thanks for coming in. End of the second period here. Second half here. 3-3. So I believe we're doing 2 halves of 5 minutes of extra time. I don't think I have a way to mark that with this score bug. I do not. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Well, that's fine. Some great quality in this. Great quality in this match. Little surprised by the ending of that second half. Ariana, yes. Cheering on Cuba. Patience again from both teams here to start off this extra time. This is where stamina is going to come into play. I noticed during that break, a lot of the Cuban players laying on the ground, Costa Ricans standing tall. Little things, but I'm curious what that means for uh, the endurance here in this extra time. Cuba's done a great job of managing their minutes. Quick substitutions, high energy sub. Costa Rica, much of the same. I mean, these are two countries and two national teams that know how to play this game at a very effective level. So very patient, very patient play from both these teams. Not a lot of pressure from Cuba on the defensive end. Costa Rica content to just pass around and wait for that mistake, wait for that player to forget to shift. They find an opening, but can't get the shot off there. Costa Rica's first real time on the ball here. Deflected off. So it's still Costa Rica's ball, not Cuba. This is where these professional players deserve so much credit. To stay calm in these situations takes a lot of mental toughness. Dangerous kick in here. Costa Rica with a chance. My oh my. A lot of long range shots down the middle for Costa Rica here recently. Cuba finally with a chance on the ball here. What do they do? Oh, that's got to be a foul, right? Pretty late. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. Oh, yeah. I don't think he ever got any bit of that ball. Fouls carry over into this extra time, too, guys. So that's going to be 4 fouls against Costa Rica. Whoa. What a shot from Cuba off that set piece play. I cannot believe that didn't go in. Holy cow. Good safe play from Cuba defensively there, just blasting it out in a dangerous situation. Off the 90. Wow, upper 90. Oh, this game sometimes can be so heartbreaking. Costa Rica definitely controlling this extra time. And Cuba has not seen much of the ball. And they just can't quite seem to dig it out defensively. They're making important stops, but they've had a real hard time keeping the ball after the fact. Costa Rica, you really taking advantage of that touch line, spreading the court. Even if they do lose the ball to Cuba, it's going out of bounds, and they're getting a kick in right off the bat. Minute 32. Oh, now we got some pressure here. Oh, yellow card for Cuba. I'd like to see that play again. Was it a dangerous play because he was on the ground? Either way, that's another foul against Cuba. I believe they're at 4 as well. Our mop guy is getting some work in this latter half of the game. Yep, 4th foul for Cuba. So both teams on 4 fouls. Man, they're tied on everything, aren't they? Jorge Gonzalez is the one that comes out with the yellow card on that. Set piece amounts to nothing. And it's back to rotating out of the back, trying to find a solution here for Costa Rica. Wow. Ooh, an unforced turnover for them now, with less than a minute to go. Incredible. Long ball, just over the pivot, into the hands of the keeper. Costa Rica now looking to drum up a counter. 40 seconds. A little higher pressure from Cuba now. And they force another, and it's another unforced turnover for Costa Rica. I think he thought that the Cuban player was on his back, but he had backed off. Now it's a corner kick for Cuba. 14 seconds. They're going to opt to burn out the clock again. I am really surprised by both teams willing to just burn off the clock. Not seen that before. So we will head into a second period of extra time. And if that doesn't work, it's time for the most stressful thing in sports, and that's PKs. I have such a hard time watching penalty kicks. It raises my anxiety to an all-time high. I don't know why. I'm not the one taking the kicks. I don't know why it bothers me so. And oh man. All right, guys, I'm going to take a brief moment here and step away. Anybody else shows up, tell them I'll be right here, okay? Just a real quick minute. I'll be right back. Just in time for this second extra time. All right, guys, I'm sorry. We just missed the start. We're about 50 seconds in. Second period of extra time. Curious what you guys think. What do you do in this situation? Is this time continues on? Do you increase intensity? Do you wait for those PKs? Do you fly the keeper and take a chance? I'm not sure what I would do in this scenario. In one way, you want to trust the process, right? But in another way, you got to throw something new at Costa Rica. Find a way to break them. In Costa Rica, exact same thing. They got to find a way to break this Cuban side down if they want to win this game. Certainly their toughest test of the tournament so far. Looks like we're starting to see some fatigue here. Costa Rican players stepping off, looking a little disappointed. Maybe a pull or a stitch. I see him grabbing his rib. Man. Ooh. Cuba with a shot, but Costa Rican keeper is ready for it. Pretty narrow shot opportunity there. Ooh, and that one's going to get him signed to the NFL for field goals. That was high. Here we go. Costa Rica now with a chance to come up with something. Cuba's been handling the first half of this so far. Kind of the opposite story of the last extra time. Three minutes to go. Starting to look a little more frantic. I can't tell if it's fatigue starting to set in or if these guys are starting to throw every little bit of energy they have at this game to try and keep it away from PKs. Just ran out of space there for Cuba, trying to find an answer down the line. About 2 minutes to go. Both teams still looking for answers here. The youthfulness of Cuba here, looking to be an advantage. Minute 20. Cuba definitely with the lion's share of opportunities here, I think. What is it going to take to break this deadlock? Oh my goodness. Costa Rica nearly with the go ahead goal on a very quick counter. Wow. Nutmeg the keeper as well. Oh my goodness. That was nearly disastrous for Cuba. Oh, getting a little more intense here. Yellow card for Costa Rica and for Cuba. This game's been very tame. I'm kind of surprised that the referee felt he needed to yellow card that, especially because looks like the Costa Rican player started that whole kerfuffle. And there's not a real foul on the play, just some jawing. What good does that do in the last minute? Hopefully, it doesn't have any implications on the final and who's going to be able to play in it. Huh. Wow. A little surprised by that. I'm very surprised by that. That just seems so unnecessary from the official. It was a quick face to face. It was over in a matter of seconds. It's the last minute of the game of a tied semifinal in the second extra period. Hmm. 30 seconds to go. Cuba had been playing at a pretty high pace, but they're slowing it down here for this last little bit. Why why aren't they pressing here? Why not avoid the penalty kicks? Finally, a shot taken, but from half court. And there's 3.5 seconds left in this game. Costa Rica opts to burn out the time. I'm really surprised by that. If I'm Cuba, I have a much more youthful team than Costa Rica. You gotta, I mean, don't you think you can outwork them and tire them out for these extra times? I, I'm really surprised at the amount of time wasted in this game in the final minutes. Caminante, hey, welcome back to the stream, buddy. Good to see you. Cheering for Cuba. Yeah, hey, this Cuba side looks good. This Costa Rican side looks as good as they always do. Little perplexed, as I said, by how these periods have ended. So we are on to penalty kicks. I'm not sure how to show this for you guys. Let me play with this a little bit and see. All right, you know what? So I can do a timeout counter on this score bug. Can you guys see that? So if every time they score, we do like this: 1, 1, 2. You guys all right with that? Is that going to be easy? Thank you. No, thank you, man. Thank you for being here. Appreciate hearing from you in the chat. Are you staying for the Guatemala game? I think you said yesterday, Guatemalan, right? But living in the United States? Got a feeling that Guatemala game against Panama is going to start just a little late. They're supposed to kick off in 5 minutes, but we're still sorting out the first semifinal. Oh, boy. Diego, welcome, welcome. Good to see you in the chat. Vamos, Cuba. Yeah, man, it's gonna be a great game, that Guatemala game. This was a great game. So it looks like Cuba gets the first kick, first attempt. We are lining up now. Guys, this makes me so anxious watching penalty kicks. I don't know why, but it just kills me every time. First one saved. Oh, some instant relief for Costa Rica. Vargas just tanks that right in the chest. He only had to do a quick shuffle to his left, half shuffle. Not the best placement there for the Cuban. And Costa Rica falls up. It is 1-0. Hey, Luke. Ah, no worries, man. No worries. Are you seeing these penalties? Oh, this. That time Cuba puts it in. Great shot. So 1-1, slight advantage to Costa Rica as Vargas saved that first penalty right off the rip to set the tone. Be there for the next save. Sounds good, Luke. Yeah, no pressure, man. If you're free, great. Oh, Costa Rica sneaks that one through. Keeper gets the right way. Went off the post. Oh, wow. Off the post and in. Yeah, Luke, it was interesting because end of the second half and the end of both extra times, Cuba kind of opted to burn the clock out in the last minute. They had control of the ball and they just sat, and Costa Rica let them do it. Cuba with another goal. We're at 2-2. And I was saying before, I think right before you came in, Luke, this Cuban side is so youthful. And in that second extra time, you could really see Costa Rica looked like they're starting to get gassed. I think they missed out on an opportunity to apply some really serious pressure and not have to suffer through this. Costa Rica again, 3-2. Ooh, he gets it just under the Cuban's knee. Oh my goodness. Great shot again. 3-3 now. Pressure still on Cuba because they missed that first shot. Hey, Diego, thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate you. Yeah, we're here for you, man. Hopefully, we'll be covering AFC. I'll definitely be covering the results of all the tournaments as things wrap up. So we'll have some regular videos out too if you want to keep an eye out for that to just kind of cover who's heading to the World Cup. Save for Cuba. Oh, what a save. And we are even Steven. 3-3. Fifth attempt for Cuba here. Or excuse me, 3-2. I apologize. 3-2. What am I doing? No, that can't be right. They didn't update. I don't think CONCACAF updated right. That's 3-3. I think their scoreboard's off. Keep an eye on it. Guys in the chat, am I wrong here? 3-3? Cuba scores. They get to go ahead. 4-3. Boy, oh boy. I'm running out of timeout markers here, guys. How high can I go on timeout indicators? 7. All right, you got to wrap this up, guys. Come on. I wonder how delayed the next game will be so the players get a proper warm-up, too. Costa Rica here. Oh, he got a hand on that, but it wasn't enough. Ooh. Nearly, very nearly. All right, I think we're at 4-4 here. They've reset the penalties on theirs. Why don't I do the same so that I know I'm on par with CONCACAF with whatever they're doing? Cuba scores. All right. Costa Rica is up here. This Cuban side being nice and loud from half court, trying to get in his head. Number 6 for Costa Rica up for the penalty kick. Woo-hoo. Man, I'll tell you what, this Cuban keeper has been guessing the right direction. He's just a little shy of pulling off 1 or 2 extra saves here. So So we're saying a total of 5-5 on penalties from CONCACAF. Here we go. There we go. Cuba again. It's 2. Or 6-5, whatever you want to say. Oh, sneaks in. Oh, again, he gets the right way. His foot was right there. What do you think about Futsal News reporting live from the World Cup in September? Oh my goodness. That's going to take a lot. That's going to take a lot of things happening. I think Luke should go and be our field reporter. We'll do it old John Stewart style. Send him on some crazy mission in Uzbekistan. Hey, if I could convince a wife to babysit a toddler and an infant while I go and watch futsal all day, then it would happen. But let me just tell you guys that the odds of that happening are so exceptionally low. All right, Cuba's up 3-2 here. Costa Rica taking the shot. Saved! Oh, that's it. Cuba are your winners. Cuba wins. They celebrate in front of... Oh, for a second, I thought that was the Costa Rican fans. Goodness. No, wow, what a save. Well done. This keeper, number 1, number 1 in our hearts and on the jersey here, Kevin Reda, came in towards the end of the game and started warming up for those PKs. I noticed they subbed him in that second extra time. Leonardo was huge during the game. Look at this. Look at this. Look what it means to him. Incredible. Guys, what a match. What a game. What more can be said? Congrats to Cuba on making it to the final. Huge stuff. Really well done by them. You know, it must have been a confidence thing for those PKs. I didn't know they had this keeper in their back pocket that could just be right on top of all these shots. Could have gone a couple different ways there. I'll tell you what, I was really questioning Cuba's decision to kill the clock during that game. But I apologize, Cuba. Way to get the job done. I still would have preferred you didn't put me through that stress, if I can be a little selfish and send you guys a little letter. A little note. Do you have a video that explains why UEFA postponed the World Cup? I saw that they postponed it. Postponed the World Cup. For this year? I don't think so. We should still be on for the end of September. I did see that they restructured. Diego, the one thing I did see is they restructured the Euros for the women's competition because they wanted to line it up with the new World Cup cycle for the women's game. But I don't know anything about the World Cup being postponed. If anything, it's a 3-year cycle this year because of the delay from COVID from the last cycle. Yeah, if that's a thing, I'm unaware of it, to be honest with you. I'll have to look into that. Luke, do you know anything about that? I think we're still on for, I think September, what do we say? September 22nd is the first game. Does that sound right? Well, it looks like the second game is going to happen fairly quickly to keep us on schedule here. We're 10 minutes behind because of those PKs. How dare you, Cuba? But we are already coming out for some national anthems, some ceremonious things, of course, that must be handled. Here we go. Whoops. All right, let's get our scoreboard reset. So we have man, what a huge win for Cuba, guys. I think Cuba doesn't have a CONCACAF Cup. No, they do not. I think sorry for the clickety clacks here, guys. How do you say pre-World Cup? Oh, so do you mean like these qualifiers? 70 votes in the poll. I think some of you guys waited till the result. No, I'm just kidding. I think this is typical for pre-World Cup timing. You know, that's one of the things that's a frustration for me with the futsal world is we have futsal has it easier than the outdoor game in the sense that you can really host a World Cup in a limited number of venues in a short period of time. But I don't think we give teams and officials enough time to prep for the most important tournament in the world in futsal. I don't understand why everything's so last minute. I mean, to only find out in April that you qualify and need to make travel plans for Uzbekistan for September, 5 months. You have 5 months to get in World Cup shape. I don't, I'm a little perplexed by that. I don't understand why we can't do it like outdoor and give a little more heads up. I mean, we didn't even know Uzbekistan was hosting this until last year, end of last year. So the winner of this match will face Cuba in the final on Saturday. Ooh, I like that keeper jersey for Panama. Pink on black. Sharp. Reminds me of Pantalon. Luke knows how I feel about those jerseys. I gotta get my hands on one somehow. We gotta call our boys down there. Who do we know at Pantalon? Anybody? Somebody get Peru on the phone. If you guys are just tuning in, welcome in to the watch party. We're getting ready to watch the second game of the night kick off. We've got Guatemala versus Panama. We're seeing the match officials now. Hey, you guys see that second guy, if you're watching the stream, second guy from the right with the coin? That's Chris Grabas. He's from Quebec. I believe he lives in the Montreal area. I was fortunate enough to meet him back in January. Really nice guy. Am I watching it live? Yes. So, Gabe, I cannot show the game on this channel because I'll get a copyright strike and shut down by YouTube. So what we're doing here is a watch along, kind of a game companion. So if you want somebody to watch it with, and you can throw me on in the background if you have two screens, great. If that doesn't work, if you're on mobile and you need to be able to watch the game yourself, I totally understand. But we're just doing little watch parties for all the games to enjoy these high octane teams that'll be representing CONCACAF in the World Cup. So we're just coming together as a community here to watch the game. So I have it on live and watching it. I just can't show it on the screen. I'm so sorry. But if you can stay, we appreciate you guys being here so much. Panama's about to kick off for us. How do you say I want to Chamar? What is Chamar? I don't know that word. All right, here we go. So Panama is in the red. Let's clean up our score bug here now that we've seen it on the stream. Panama. Whoops. Yeah. Let's get their logo in there where it belongs. Panama is in red. Guatemala in their traditional white with the light blue sash. Let's see. Let's try that. Ooh, that's ugly. Try again. All right, give me a second here, guys. I'm sorry. Guatemala. Here we go. Did you see the results from AFC today? I actually did not, Luke. I missed a lot of AFC today. Did you? I did see Iran beat Afghanistan 3-1. And from what I saw in the Asian futsal groups on social media, it looked like it was actually a close match, closer than it sounds at 3-1. But outside of that, I kind of missed the boat today. Not gonna lie. Who's the winner between Cuba and Costa Rica? Cuba. Cuba made it through on penalties. Panama with an early goal here. Wow. You know, Luke brought this up yesterday that and I agreed with him. Guatemala has not looked themselves this tournament. Their results are typical on paper, but a lot of slow starts for Guatemala. They let a really bad USA side stay in the game and tie them. They barely beat the Dominican Republic, who turned out to be a high-flying team this tournament, albeit. But, man, I just am really shocked. But they've also been patient and been a second-half team as well. You look at that Trinidad match, they were down 2-0 to Trinidad in the group stage at halftime and turned it around and really thumped them in the second half. So I think, I mean, this game is never over with Guatemala involved. Panama has been very good defensively this entire tournament as well, so I'm interested. 17 votes already. You guys are ready to get your opinion in there. Guatemala runaway winners in the chat to win this game. Man, oh man. Guatemala looking for a counter here. Guys, these games have been just so good. The quality's been so good. Looks like Chris, our friend Chris, is on the near side. He's the near side referee here. Nice view of his butt. Thanks, CONCACAF. I'm gonna text him and tell him he's looking good. If he pulls his phone out in the game, we gotta yell at him. Yeah, guys, my pick for this one was Guatemala as well. I think Guatemala is going to make it through. I think overall their quality is just a little better than Panama right now. So I think Cuba, Guatemala. I got the Cuba part right. Let's see if I get the Guatemala part right. This number 10 for Panama, man. He is a unit. Strong guy. Alfonso. I mean, he's been very physical. He's not afraid to to really get in the mix with guys and play physical, trade some paint. Something's wrong with your sound. It's like you're speaking far from the mic. Okay, hang on just a second, Tekken. How's this? Better? Check. Hello? I'll keep talking. Let me know if it gets better here. Let me look at my turn the gain up a little bit. Let's see if that helps. I might be slouching here. And just like that, Guatemala with the goal. And it is 1-1. Okay. Wow, look at the fans coming out from Guatemala. Wow. What a great crowd. Wow, that's awesome. Panama starting to build up an attack here. What an answer. Oh my gosh. Panama says, no. You sit back down. Woo. Just as I was saying, they're putting together a nice little attack. And the guy I referenced earlier, Alfonso, he's the goal scorer. Great little rollback. He nutmegs the pass to his buddy at the top of the arc. Nice soul roll back. And kablamo. Early timeout now for Guatemala. I'm kind of surprised by that. We're only 4 minutes in, and the manager thinks we need a timeout. Panama's got to be feeling good after that. How's the sound, guys? Better? Are we better? All right, coming out of the timeout. What does Guatemala do? Certainly need to figure something out. Again, surprised by the early timeout, but I mean, it was obvious Panama's on the front foot for these first 4 minutes. Still a ton of time in this half. Great cross there from Guatemala. They earn themselves a corner. Oh, Chris is upset about something. Little talking to. Of course, yeah, no problem, Tekken. I can keep playing with this. Let me scoot this thing a little bit. Appreciate the input. This is not a place where you guys got to be afraid of telling me something's wrong or we can improve. I am here to get better. I'm an amateur at this. So yeah, just let me know and we'll make adjustments. I'm for it. Ooh. Cuba will go to World Championship and the bit Costa Rica. Yeah, Costa Rica has won CONCACAF 3 times. They have the most championships of any country in CONCACAF in the history of the tournament. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, I think they have 4, don't they? They'd won back to back 3 times, going for their fourth. So yeah, total of 4 wins, but 3-time champions. I think I misspoke earlier and said they were 2-time champions. But they did win in 2012, 16, and 21. Great save by Panama there. Wow. Who's the best in CONCACAF ranking? Uh, we have, I think. So let me preface this, Caminante, by saying that when I clicked on the rankings earlier in this tournament, they had not been updated since 2021, which is very CONCACAF. Right on brand. And these are unofficial rankings. Well, that's not fair. But these haven't been updated since October of 2021. But by those rankings, Costa Rica is number 1, Guatemala is number 2, Panama 3, USA 4, Cuba 5, and on and on. But I would not read too deep into those rankings. They're accumulative for life, and they're all unofficial. FIFA is just now starting to form an official ranking system of their own for futsal teams. They announced that. In fact, that's a future video, so there's a sneak peek for you. I got to do a little more research on. I'm not sure how much is actually there, if I can put a full video together or not. But they have announced they're going to form a official FIFA national team ranking for futsal. Now, again, their rankings are all these unofficial rankings are based off of how they do the outdoor game, and it's all kind of collective over a long period of time. It's not like when you look up power rankings for a club or for a league, and they're based on that current season. So they're a little skewed. But going into this tournament, the only thing I disagree with in those rankings is United States at 4. They don't belong there. But if you go down the line from there, I think it's fair. Dominican Republic probably came in as massive underdogs, and they deserve to have a giant bump in their rankings after this. Maybe we should do that sometime on a live stream, is throw all the teams up and kind of rank them ourselves and talk about where you guys think they were before the tournament and where they are after. That could be fun. Tampa, yes. Yes, so Cuba has 4 silvers and 1 bronze and have been to 6 World Cups. Yes. I believe Cuba and Costa Rica have the most, and then the United States have the most World Cup appearances at 6, all 3. But now Cuba and Costa Rica should surpass the United States, and they should be tied for first on most appearances. And if my face looks weird, it's because I'm thinking really hard about that. I'm trying to make sure I got that right. US only has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 appearances. Excuse me. So yeah, just Costa Rica and Cuba are the ones with those most appearances at 6. Close one there for Panama. Ooh. My issue is why in CONCACAF we have good teams, but we can't win a tournament. Well, Caminante, when I watch Copa America, when I watch UEFA, the Euros and their qualifiers, I think that CONCACAF is pretty far behind. This is very entertaining futsal. I absolutely adore it, but the other guys have much more established domestic leagues in their continents. They have much more established youth programs. Um, I think that they just have deeper benches of quality compared to the CONCACAF teams. Last World Cup, a CONCACAF team didn't come away with a single point the whole World Cup. Guatemala also have 6. Oh, Guatemala does. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Yeah. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This will be 6. Yep. So they looks like they only missed out in 2000 and 2004 for Guatemala. About 11:30 to go. A lot of back and forth right now. Not too cagey. This is going to be a fantastic game. It already is. Ooh, that was strong. Probably good support for those teams. Yeah, when you think about, okay, let's put it this way. I mean, this is an extreme example because they're the champions, but Portugal. Portugal has a true domestic league that is arguably one of the best in the world. And they have youth teams. They have U19, U20, U23, U21. And I don't think any of the CONCACAF teams have reserve teams that I'm aware of. I could be wrong. If you guys are from those countries and you do, let me know. But I mean, you look at that compared to in Argentina, same way. Argentina has a very organized domestic league. A lot of those players don't even make their national team squad because they send so many people abroad to Spain, to Portugal. And I think in Argentina's last call-ups, only 3 or 4 of their players came from their domestic league. The rest were playing in Spain and Portugal. So it's there's just so much more structure. Brazil, again, another extreme example because it's it's a nucleus of futsal, but they have all these levels. They have youth programs. They have futsal academies that act like outdoor clubs. Like they treat it the exact same, and not a lot of countries do that. I'd be on the lookout for France this World Cup. I think France is going to be extremely good. They've made massive efforts to improve their futsal scene, both in support and development, as well as their national team. Just everything, the whole way around. They've invested millions of dollars into futsal, and it's paying back. They're going to be in their first ever World Cup this year in Uzbekistan. Um, Portugal's is as strong as ever. I could easily see them going back to back. Spain is Spain, same thing. Uh, Argentina is on a bit of a downhill turn for me right now. I I feel like they're older. There's not a lot of youth in that team. They seem to be struggling lately. The friendlies that they've played in, they've not looked well. Um, I'm curious to see who makes it in from Asia. Thailand is very good. Iran is always very good. I think Morocco is going to be an absolute beast this year. Uh, it's hard to say without seeing how the knockout rounds line up with the groups, but I would say, depending on that, I could easily see Morocco making it to a semifinal in the World Cup. They just have so much upside. Canada played well. They have 5v5, Cuba and Canada 2-3, Costa Rica. So Canada's better, but they don't go to the World Cup. Yep, Tampa, you're right. I was really cheering for Canada. That team was very inspirational this tournament, and they almost knocked, just like you said, they almost knocked off Costa Rica. Just a lot of an emotional red card killed their momentum. Otherwise, I think they could have pulled it off. They were doing all the right things, and then just a really silly, useless foul in the last minute and a half to kill your team's all your team's momentum. I'd feel 2 inches tall on the bus if I was that guy, because you're 100% at fault. But that team showed very, very well. Canada showed extremely well. Dominican Republic, Canada, two teams for me that came into this tournament and showed a ton of upside. A ton of upside. USA's got some work to do. The futsal community in the United States needs to force some change. Instead of letting arena soccer dictate how futsal does things on a national scene. Guatemala with some great pressure here, guys. Goal! Guatemala. 2-2. Just relentless high pressure inside of the arc against Panama. They couldn't get rid of the ball. And it is 2-2. Great effort. Great effort. Wow. Never give up. Just inside the post. That was a pretty goal. That was really nice. The Guatemalan fans are loving it. Oh, I love that. I love to see that. Love to see the fans. That's not easy travel, is it? Guatemala to Nicaragua? That's a flight for sure, right? Do you guys know the Guatemalans in the chat? Can you educate me a little bit on my geography? I know that they're not close. They're a couple countries away, right? Oh, I forgot to feed my fish. Guys, I'm going to do that really quick. I'm going to keep an eye on this. I'm going to keep the mic hot. Hang on. Okay. Thought, okay. Let's see here. Panama, Guatemala, Costa Rica. This team and Mexico, they play very well. Yeah, hey, Tampa, I was really impressed with Mexico as well. That's an older squad, too. A lot of older players. I had kind of assumed when I was seeing their games and results that maybe they brought in a new squad, but a lot of older fellas that probably aren't going to be at this next CONCACAF. They were all my age. I won't say exactly what that is. I'll be right back, guys. I'll be in the screen. I'll keep an eye here. I did hear from someone else with the Guatemalan team. They had only 2 preparation games for this tournament. Wow. That's actually kind of impressive that they're playing that well. Tampa, for me, the final, I think Cuba's going to face Guatemala. I predicted that with Luke yesterday. We did a little prediction for who was going to make it through before we wrapped up the stream. Ooh, that was a hard fall for the Panamanian there. That looked like it hurt. Chris directing traffic. Man, he's making his money's worth today. There's been some spicy moments in this one, huh? I mean, that's kind of his fault, right? I don't know. I wouldn't want to be a referee, guys. I can tell you that much. Would not want to be a referee. Hey, and welcome back. Good to have you back in the chat, brother. Cheering for Guatemala. Oh, whoops. Sorry, Luke. I'm in the production room, I think. Let me see. Oops. And my. Yeah, I'm sending it to you now. Hang on, let me send it from the control room just to make sure. I'll try and keep an eye out for you, Luke. I'm gonna do the last little bit of fish feeding here. I just got one more round to go into the tank, and then I'll be able to put that food away and complete focus here on the rest of the game. I think this game is going to get really intense. Did that link work for you, Luke? Sorry about that, guys. Here we go. Hey, Luke. Uh-oh. Are we having the same problem as the other night? Can you hear me?
Check, check, check.
Hello? I hear you. Can you hear me?
Hey,
Oh, no.
I can only hear you through the YouTube again.
Oh, no. Why is it doing that? Let me see. Hello? Jack? Hello?
I can only hear you through the YouTube.
Dang. What was that other room we used? Do we want to switch? Do you still have that link? I've got you unmuted. I see you in the control
No,
room, but I don't see you in
yeah,
my...
no. I think I'm just gonna hang out in the chat. Don't worry about it. I'm just gonna hang out in the chat.
Okay, okay. It's weird. I see you in the control room, but I don't see you in the what's this? In the group scene. Well, shoot. All good, man. All good. Yeah, you weren't gonna be here till tomorrow anyway, so what the hell? I kid, I kid. Man, look at that. These highlights are great. Jose, are you looking for the link to the game? All right, guys, about 5 minutes to go in this half. Boy, oh boy. Chris has his hands full this game. Yeah, that's the right call. That's a handball. Dangerous place. Dangerous place. Panama with a great opportunity here right in front of goal. Off the camera side corner of the arc. Here we go. Everyone's lined up. Oh, they baited the that was clever from Guatemala. Left a gap in the wall, but closed it up immediately on the kick. Kind of faked stepping away to a one-man wall. Who's announcing? Chris? Let me see. He's tweeting actively right now, so I don't know if he's commentating. He looks like he's in a dark room watching it on TV, to be honest. Let me check. some of the group games, I think his commentator pace is a little bit slower than that. I'm trying to remember. I wish they'd show the commentator names because the guy that he sounds like he might be Caribbean. Um, he was really good. I'd love to know who that was. I'd like to interview him and then get him to do games for us. Just under 4 to go. Mm-hmm. Am I? Oh, you know what? I didn't close the sump to my aquarium. I apologize. We don't need that gurgling. Ooh, Panama nearly breaking through there. This has been a very even match. Excuse me. Yeah, a couple good ones, Luke. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, dangerous cross. Guatemala almost with an opportunity there. What do you guys think of the game so far? What are your thoughts? This has been some game. More conversation. Holy moly. So we got 46 votes on this game. And almost 90% of you guys are leaning towards Guatemala to win. Luke, I think you're right. Very typical Guatemala this tournament. They look a little sharper coming out of the game than they have in some other matches, but oh, so close for Panama right there. Oh, wow. Off the bottom of the crossbar. What a chip, too. Oh, that was highlight worthy had it gone in. Great little chip over the keeper. Bounces off the crossbar and ooh. Guatemala with a counter here. Bad pass. Oh, boy. Both teams with a couple close calls here. Looks like they're ramping up the pressure here to wrap up the half, trying to get some momentum into halftime. That chip off the top bar. Yeah. Tell you what. That might have started a riot. That would have increased that would have turned the noise level in that building up quite a bit. Quite a bit. Ooh, buddy. All right, a minute and a half to go. Man, you know, It's that classic referee motion of this, any of this. We're seeing a lot of it to wrap up the half. Wouldn't be surprised to see some colored cardboard coming out of pockets later. I think that referee on the far side in particular is starting to get a little frustrated that the players are continuing some antics. Oh, great turn and shot, but Panama was set. Great turn and shot by that Guatemalan player there. I can't see his number to tell you who he is, but oh, freaking ads. Downside to me putting this on mobile. Get out of here, Puma. I'm an Adidas guy. Guatemala has Honduras in between it and Nicaragua. Okay. Yeah, I knew they weren't next door, but I'm impressed with the crowd here from Guatemala. This is a nice little that's a nice little cheering section there to be away from home. Holy moly. That was a great set from Guatemala, and they are up a goal with 1:05 to go in the first half. Wow. What do you guys think about that, huh? Great. Oh, one touch. Woo-hoo. Nobody was ready for that. Look how that is very uncharacteristic of Pana to be that lackadaisical on a set piece. That did not look like their typical setup for defense. They did not look ready, but no one was moving. 50 seconds ago, Panama trying to kill that momentum for halftime. They're putting on quite a bit of pressure here offensively. Wow. Yeah, Luke, you're right. We've not seen too many set piece plays tonight that have resulted in goals. Not a ton. Maybe one or two other ones, maybe? One other one? No, I don't think we had any in the first game. Oh my goodness. That is going to be a rain cloud over his head going into halftime. Wow. Oh, Panama nearly finds the equalizer. Guatemala has Honduras, Mexico, and Salvador. Oh, you mean bordering it? Okay. So Mexico to the north, right? Obviously. And Honduras and El Salvador to the south. I just need to look this up. Why am I doing this? So halftime here, guys. 3-2. Look at that Guatemalan crowd. Wow. Impressive. Impressive. All right, let's take a look at this here. Guatemala. Okay. I see. Okay. I just see that lake by Managua and I just want to fish. Just makes me want to fish. All right, halftime, guys. What do you think? 13-hour drive. Okay, that's not terrible. That's not too bad. Hey, everybody that's still here, thank you for tuning in. We appreciate it so much. We've had so much fun doing these watch parties, Luke and I. And, I think the only way it could have been any better is if our team would have actually shown up for this tournament. But all the other games have been so exciting, really good matchups, uh, action beginning to end, and this semifinal has been everything I hoped it would be, and it's pretty impressive. Uh, so to be able to sit here with you guys, looks like primarily my Guatemalan fans here in the chat, and enjoy this game is a pleasure. We've had nearly 2,000 people slide through here uh, through the course of the night through both games. We've got about 1950 views total of people coming and going. So appreciate you guys so much. We want to grow the sport of futsal. You guys coming in here and checking it out are a big part of that. So thank you very much. Um, I love this so much. I love this sport so much. All I want is for it to grow. That's it. Um, I'm not here to try and get famous or make money on YouTube or anything like that. I just am very passionate about this game and I want to share that passion with you guys. So having folks like you in the chat that feel the same way and are so tuned in with your teams, I've learned a lot from Commandante tonight and yesterday, and Tampa tonight with some good information in the chat. I appreciate you guys so much. You guys are teaching me a lot, and all I can do is learn and continue to grow and share this passion. So thank you, thank you. We need more. We need more futsal people putting content out there to spread the good word and to get people excited about futsal. Uh, to switch continents a little bit, England is doing a great job of that right now. Their futsal league had a TV deal. I don't know the details about that, except that it expires after this year. And I've noticed that they've had 4 or 5 people really crop up in the last year, adding content on YouTube, things like recap shows, highlight shows, working with the league directly as a third party to create content, podcasts. There's been some really cool stuff. Um, we don't have the geography of North America compared to, say, Europe and especially the UK. It's much different as far as coverage is concerned, and there's a lot of gaps, particularly in the United States, where futsal isn't served as an adult program at an adult level to the fans. So I'd love to see that improve here and figure out a way to do my part to improve that. And whether it's proving that people are interested, partnering with somebody that can get us there, whatever it needs to be, I want to do some unique content on this channel. I've always wanted to. I've always seen it as a long-term goal of the channel to, like, in a few years, be able to do something that we can put our name on and say, "Hey, we did this." So I think we're a ways away from that still, but this whole CONCACAF Futsal Championship has generated some conversations in the last couple of days that have been very interesting and have maybe created an opportunity to expedite that if we can. I just found this channel and said, let's watch it. I love that. Hey, the YouTube algorithm doing its job. Let's hear it for the YouTube algorithm. Thank you. Yeah, guys, you guys have come out in droves. I think before this tournament, this channel was at 183 subs, maybe 185 subs, I believe. And we're up to 204 right now. So we've gained almost 20 subs just during this tournament. You guys have come out and said this is content you wanted. I hear you. We'll find a way to keep doing stuff like this. The hard part will be, the way I see it is, the hard part will be, this is very relatable to a lot of you guys because it's national teams, it's your nationalities, it's your culture shining through. If we do this with domestic futsal in different countries, it's not going to be quite as relatable. But if that's what catches people's attention and grows this community, and we can network together and help each other out, and if people are just interested in watching games along with us, I would love to continue to do this. The timing's got to be right because of the way that my little munchkins in this house's sleep schedule is, and otherwise. But you guys have really come out and shown some fantastic support. I appreciate it. I got to figure out I want to see what the schedule will be for the World Cup. If it's conducive to my work schedule, my real life work schedule, because this isn't my job, like some famous YouTubers. I'm not there yet. Uh, if I can make it work, then we'll do some pop up watch alongs for the World Cup as well. But Uzbekistan is going to be tough. I don't even know what time it is in Uzbekistan right now. Uzbekistan time now. Oh, it's even seconds. It's 8 in the morning in Uzbekistan right now. So if I had to guess, their games are going to be in the wee hours of the morning for us. So that might be tough. But we'll keep an eye on it. Following Cowboys, FC Dallas, and Rangers. If you Yeah, so coming on to, I'd probably stick to futsal if I did watch alongs. Is the only thing. I won't even probably do soccer because this is such a niche, and it's really important to me to keep the futsal aspect of this channel pure as possible. I don't want to um, inadvertently hide the futsal aspect of this. If you have connections with your country's futsal league, let us know. We want to cover your league. Yes, Luke, I mentioned that earlier, I think during the Costa Rica game. It's worth saying again. We want to hear about your league. We want to follow it. And hey, listen, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I have no idea how to follow the Guatemala League. I've done a little bit to try and find it. Admittedly, not enough. But I've seen a lot of you guys here in the chat these last few days. Seen a lot of Cuba fans. I would love to follow those leagues. They fit well with the time zone that this channel can do that. You know, we could do this kind of watch along stuff. I would love to keep doing it, but the league has to stream it somewhere where it's accessible to me. And I'm crazy about futsal. I mean, even right now, I'm using a VPN. I'm finding workarounds to watch this game with you guys right now. I'm willing to put that work in. So don't be afraid to ask me to do something. I'll do it best I can. And also, let's take that a step further. If you guys know someone in your domestic leagues that we can talk to, I'm very interested in that as well. I would love to interview people from your guys' leagues, help get the word out, help spread the word about the league, and grow the leagues in your home countries, uh, or at least see if we can collab with them. I don't know about Guatemala Futsal League. That's okay. That's okay. Hey, so listen to me. That's part of the problem, right? So that's why I'm here. I want to find those guys. Maybe someone in the chat knows who they are, and then we're able to get you access to that. The main goal of this channel is to network. I want to network futsal people together. I want to help spread the word for each other. I want everyone to know what's out there. That's why I started our Discord channel as well. Luke and I primarily. Every once in a while we see somebody else post a link, but it's really just me and Luke. We post links as we find them all around the world. We've posted links for Latvia. We've posted links for AFC. We've posted links for Argentina, Brazil are easy ones for us because they're everywhere. NFPL here in the United States. They're the only team that really streams in the U.S., the only league that streams in the U.S., and that's because Luke's doing it. So let's hear it for Luke. Thank you, Luke. Thank you, Luke. Yes. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't even have the NFPL streaming consistently. And I know that for a fact. And if anyone else says otherwise, I will. Estonia, yeah, we had Estonia in there the other day. Croatia, I think, right? Luke, didn't you find a Croatia game not too long ago? England, yeah, we post England a lot. I help Sparta Belfast in Northern Ireland, so I selfishly post their streams whenever I'm streaming for them. We've had some connection struggles there. I don't know if it's because I'm halfway around the world trying to help them stream. After these VPN struggles we've had with streaming with this tournament, I suspect that might be the case. If I can find someone local to them that can do that and I can just help them remotely as opposed to running it through here, we could probably drastically improve Northern Ireland's stream scene. There's another club in Northern Ireland, Afro-European. Ask for it by name. They're friends of the channel. CJ is a American who lives in Northern Ireland with his wife and kids, and he's started several different futsal-related programs there to help grow the sport in Northern Ireland. We know plenty of people in England, as Luke said. We've had a lot of them on the channel. Um, who else? I'm missing somebody. We shared the Quebec League when Quebec had their semifinal and final in Canada. I'd love to see them stream more. That's really entertaining futsal. So that's a really long rant about a bunch of countries that we just seemingly named off at random, but uh, it's we're trying. We're just trying to get the word out to as many people as possible and let people know where the content is and where you can follow futsal. Look at that beautiful crowd. Love it. Love it. I'm going to grab a quick water, guys. I'm about mate'd out. I think I'm starting to get dehydrated from the caffeine in that. So I'm going to grab a quick water before we get kicked back off. And then we're going to see what we can do here in the second half. Is Guatemala going to run away with it? World Cup will be in Uzbekistan. Yes, Jesme, you're right. We were just talking about that a little bit. The struggle of the time zone, I think, is concerning for me. Otherwise, I think I'll do watch parties for those games as well, the most we can. We'll see. I want to see when the games are posted for what the schedule looks like for the group stage. Even if it's something, if I can do it early in the morning, like if I got to get up at 5 a.m., do a stream with you guys before I go to work, I'd be willing to do that once or twice. We'll see. We'll see. All right, guys, 2 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, second half's nearly underway. Looks like we're about to kick off. Waiting for Chris to say the word. Here we go. Second half action. Where's my score bug? I got to update it. Bam. Here we go. Excuse me, I saw your message there for a minute. I think I caught it all. That's really cool. That's what that's what I think makes futsal so special. Is its roots are for the street. And the fact that so many countries use it as a platform, and I think it makes it very accessible, which is a problem in the United States we have, is soccer has become inaccessible financially for a lot of people because a lot of clubs, professional and local, in these academies that claim to have our children's best interest at heart to develop them are really in it to collect a check. And it is isolated a vast majority of our population that would be very, very good at futsal and soccer. They have no idea that they have a boundary of entry that is the money that is to be in an academy. And I think that's, I got nothing wrong with people making money on a business. I'm part of that American culture, capitalism, hoorah. But the sport and the passion for the sport that gets killed because of that is disheartening. Um, and I think it should be more accessible. And I think futsal is a great way to make the sport more accessible to more kids, give them another sport outlet, um, and again continue to grow this game. Panama was ready for that set piece. They choked that out pretty quick, didn't they? And I got some monster mosquitoes in my backyard right now, and I've got like a welt on my side. So if you guys see me scratching, I apologize. I'm not trying to be a slob. It's that time of year in my neck of the woods. Mosquitoes are so big they'll pick you up and carry you off. Wow, what a battle! What a great battle there. I'm gonna tell you, I think we're gonna see some very intense play for this second half. This is not gonna be as friendly as the Cuba Costa Rica game was. I was actually a little surprised at how tame most of that Costa Rica game was. I mean, there was yellow cards here and there, but it didn't feel very hot. Both teams playing very patiently, very calm. These guys were more what I expected. Very physical game. Real fast pace to start this half, too. I'm curious to see if things settle in or if they're going to keep this going. Oh, goal, Panama! Ooh, bad giveaway by Guatemala in the back. Good vision there. Panama picks the pocket. Started out as 50-50 gone wrong. And the Guatemalan defense just couldn't get there in time. So Panama's going to tie this up. That's 3-3. Ruman is the goal scorer. Ruman Milord. Look at the crowd. Look at the dancing. Oh. Panama's not going away. Luke, did you pick Panama yesterday? I thought you did. Weren't we opposites on both sides? Oh, no. Chris saw a handball out of the box he didn't like there on the Panamanian goalkeeper. You did pick Guatemala. Okay. Yeah, we were just opposites on the Cuba Costa Rica thing, right? Oh, that's unfortunate. His hand came right down on that ball. Uh oh. Whoa, jeez. Sorry for the sound effects, guys. Uh, uh, we did pick Cuba. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. What's this rivalry I've made up in my head? Not even been 24 hours. Man, this is such a great game. Ooh, little dummy there from Panama fooled his own opponent. He almost let it go out of bounds. This is great. You know, I'll tell you what. I still think Guatemala is going to win this. But even if Panama goes through, either way, this final is going to be wild. And I'm starting to second guess Cuba in the final, to be honest with you, because this game has been night and day compared to that Cuba Costa Rica game. I'm going to stick with it, though. I think once they feel the energy of this match, this final against one of these two teams, that they're going to step up. Those guys have a lot of positive energy. They got a day to rest. You know, they had all these teams had really intense well, with the exception of Panama, had really intense quarterfinal matches. Panama had it kind of easy. They got to coach through against the US. Um so they're coming into this game tired. That's a quick turn at that intensity to play the very next night. Now they'll have a day off. Well, and hey, that third place match too, don't forget. So, I think both the matches on Saturday are going to be absolutely fantastic. I think they're going to be barn burners. Oh my, an emphatic yellow. Well, yeah. I mean, what choice does the ref have there? Uh, Spicy. Yes, sir. Yes, it is. Man, this I didn't catch this referee's name on the far side, but he's had his hands full over there. Chris had to have a couple of conversations on his side, and it seems like it's cooled off at least a little bit. I don't know what his message was compared to the other guy that or if it's just unlucky. But yeah, he's putting in the work. Oh, nice shot by Panama, right into the chest of the goalie though. Goodness, goodness. Still a lot of time in this thing. 14 minutes to go. Another shot by Panama, but again right into the chest of the keeper. Tell you what, this is intense, passionate, fiery. Love it. Absolutely love it. Ooh. Oh. Oh, wow. Guatemala Guatemala was just all over the Panamanian side there and got rewarded and got the ball, but good on the Panamanian keeper to keep things level. Ooh, not a bad shot. And these guys are fighting for their lives. The way these guys are playing, you think the World Cup slots were still on the line. I love that. That's something I've always been curious about is it has to be this way, but uh the and these ball boys got to get it together. This is like the third drop ball this game over a ball running through the run of play. But after the quarterfinals, the big prize of the World Cup berth is already claimed. I'm so glad to see that these teams take this tournament seriously and continue their intensity into the semifinal and final and treat this like what it's meant to be. Um, they don't let off the gas once they punch their ticket. I'm so thankful for that. Panama now applying some good pressure. Man, I'll tell you what, I think that was a missed opportunity by Panama. Guatemala shifted to the far side of the court and we're playing heavy over there. And I think the guy on Panama's left is wide open for a shot there, and he just didn't see it. Fortunate for Guatemala that defensive lapse wasn't taken advantage of. I think each team is taking this as a warm up for the World Cup and a chance to play quality teams at a high level. Absolutely. Well, and I guess that's kind of what I mean. It's like they're taking it seriously. They're not just, to them, the job's not done. They're still, you know, uh-oh. Oh, did he pull something on that landing? That didn't look good. That looked really awkward, didn't it, guys? That looked really awkward. I hate to say it, but his tournament might be over. Hammy. Yeah, I think you're right, Luke. You can kind of see that, like that pulse through there from it given, you know, that muscle spasm that you see from it. Ooh, that's unfortunate. Hopefully, it's just for the night. Hopefully, we see him in on Saturday. Wait, is he staying on? No, that's a different top knot. For a second, I'm like, wait a minute. We got another man down now on the other side. It's number 10. He's so stout. He's very strong and physical in 50-50s. But, oh, okay. Man, I didn't see what happened there. Chris saw it, though. For me, Cuba deserved to win this first championship in this competition. They look good, don't they? They really do. I'm very impressed with Cuba. And I'll tell you what, Caminante, even if they don't win this year, I'd be willing to say it early, and maybe we can dig up this footage in 4 years if I can still do this by then. By then, I'll be an old man on YouTube. People might not be as interested, but um, I could very easily see Cuba being in the exact same position in 4 years when we do this tournament again, because a lot of youth, they're getting some really great exposure to some really high intensity situations and very competitive situations right now. And then in 4 years, they're just going to have that experience on top of all their other experiences and their maturity. It's They're going to be dangerous for, I think, a couple of cycles within CONCACAF. I will admit, I think all these teams are going to struggle with the World Cup, though. I think the talent pool elsewhere has grown at a faster pace than what it has in CONCACAF, and we were already a little behind. I mean, the UEFA qualifiers were really intense. About 11 minutes left, 3-3. Lot of time, lots and lots of time. Someone could still break this game wide open. Ooh, great pickpocket there. Spain, Portugal, Brazil, Argentina. You know, Luke, I'm actually not that impressed with Argentina at the moment. And you know how much that pains me to say. I'm a Argentina fanboy. But they have an old squad and their friendlies have not looked good. But I think about France too. I think about Iran, Morocco, Uzbekistan having that home field advantage, home court advantage. You know, Uzbekistan only lost to Iran by a goal in the quarterfinals in Lithuania. So I think they haven't seen much turnover in their squad, and they've aged a little bit from what I've read from Steve Harris. Who's, if you guys don't know Steve Harris, Steve is lives in Japan, and he's kind of he is the go-to guy for knowledge. I mean, he knows so much about this game. He's extremely dialed into the Asian scene. Um, and even he says that this Uzbekistan side has aged. They might be on the downhill side of this squad, but even then, I there's not enough can be said about what a crowd can do to a team to gild them, and these guys just have the talent to for that to be dangerous for me. Um, yeah, and there's you look at some of the other countries that qualified in UEFA that we've not seen before. France's first time. I think it's Netherlands' first time as well. Um, might be second, but a team we haven't seen in a while. Wow, this is very back and forth at the moment. Not a lot of control from either team. A little frantic. For the Cuba people? Yeah. I would love that. I would absolutely love that. I love seeing Haiti in this tournament too. They could use some unfortunately the team didn't get any points out of the tournament, but hopefully that was a distraction for some of the Haitian people from what's going on in their country right now, and they were able to enjoy a little bit of pride in how their team performed. I think that I don't think anybody expected Haiti to come out with any points, but I thought they played very admirably against a lot of adversity. A big dark cloud looming over your mind through this whole tournament, thinking about what's going on back home, and those guys had to go through a lot just to show up to be at the tournament. Most of those guys didn't show up in Nicaragua until 2 hours before kickoff of their first game. And it took the work of several countries, literally, to get them out of Haiti and into Nicaragua. Very fortunate the U.S. Embassy was able to work out some emergency visas for the Haitian players to allow them to travel through the United States to get to Nicaragua. And a lot of effort from Canada as well, using their connections with some of those Haitian players living in Montreal, I believe, to get them there and make sure that there was no hiccups. So, and then on top of all that, a lot of those guys were playing in donated shoes. They didn't even have their own indoor shoes to bring with them. I mean, the level of strain on their personal lives and day-to-day lives right now is just so incredibly high. So I genuinely hope that this sport was able to heal some of that for them for at least a short period of time. 8 minutes to go here, still 3-3. I see some of the Guatemalan players trying to ramp up the fans, try and get that fifth attacker out of the stands. Rexy, I cannot do that. That would be a copyright infringement, and I would get in trouble. And I've already been warned about it, so I can't do it again. Or hey, welcome to the chat. Cheering on Guatemala as well. Love it. Good to see you here. Hey, the Guatemalan fans answering the call. They're on their feet. Trying to bring the noise. Excuse me. Guatemala playing with a lot of pace right now. A lot of pace from Guatemala right now. I love a chipped corner for a volley. It's always a beautiful play. Just a little too high. Just a little too high. Panama now trying to make something happen. Almost. First opportunity in a while for those guys. And now a corner. Man, oh man, what's going to happen here? Man, guys, I'll tell you what. This has been some game. The intensity's high. Not a lot of sitting back and relaxing. We saw a lot of that in the last game between Cuba and Costa Rica, where there was a lot of inviting pressure, a lot of allowing for running the clock. And this has not been that way. This has been very much an intense game, a very physical game. And they're leaving everything on the court. And we're still in a stalemate at 3-3. That's a good question, Luke. If we do, this is going to be a long night for me. I got to think someone's going to break through here. You know, the difference between that Costa Rica Cuba game and this is Costa Rica and Cuba both played super calm the entire game, and even burned time, almost inviting that extra time, inviting PKs, almost like both teams wanted it. Cuba sitting on the ball and burning 40 to 50 seconds off the clock. Costa Rica letting it happen. So I think that two things. Guatemala and Panama are playing at a high level. They're continuing to play at the high level the whole game. Either someone's going to make a really horrific mistake trying to keep this energy, or the energy is going to pay off. I mean, it has to, right? I think. Plus, like the anxiety level for me to watch PKs, I struggle with it, even when they're not my teams playing. Also, with how physical this game has been, I got to imagine the foul count's going to come into play here. Oh, and right on cue, there's a foul. I gotta feel that the foul count's going to come into play towards the end here as these guys continue to try and force some kind of solution. Tired already. I'm hanging in there. I'm hanging in there. The mate helped. But I assure you that it probably will not take long for me to fall asleep here at the end of the night. Guatemala's on their fourth foul. I'm not sure what Panama's at. 3? I think 3's on my mind. Excuse me. Again, if you guys are just tuning in, really thankful for those that have tuned in tonight. Thank you guys. This is really exciting stuff to see this many people showing up. We enjoy having you guys here. I know this isn't exactly the most content heavy style of stream. It's very conversational. So I hope you guys are at least enjoying the conversation we're having with each other. I know that there's not anything flashy going on the screen right now. So we appreciate you guys being here and participating. It's because of you guys that this kind of stuff is entertaining. You guys make watch parties possible. and you control what the level of entertainment value is by participating in the chat. So thank you. Guatemala has forced a couple of Panama turnovers that could have been dangerous. There's a component missing I can't figure out. I guess just immediately capitalizing on that turnover hasn't quite been there. Timeout Guatemala here. So Luke, it's a question. It's the classic question we've asked just about every game. When do you fly the keeper? We're at 3.5. I mean, you're tied, right? So the game's still alive if you're tied. It's not like you're down. Oh, Luke, I did lie to you earlier. I did see the Japan game today in AFC 2, and they were shocked by Krieg's Republic and lost 3-1. And they did not look good in that game, Japan. So maybe missing their Fixo and Pivo is hurting them more than I even realized. I knew it would, but that shouldn't. They should have handled that. I don't think either team does. They both will play for the winning goal with it. Yeah, I think so too. I think it's probably unnecessary to fly the keeper in a tie. It's just too high risk at this stage in the tournament. Ooh, risky pass from Panama. Keeper bails him out. Yeah, very disappointing from Japan. I mean, they're missing two very key players, but I don't know if it's time to hit the panic button just yet for them. It's only the first game, but they got tougher opponents ahead. There's the classic wave from the ref. Another one. I think just about everybody's on thin ice over there on the far side of the court. That's a high one from Guatemala, but we're starting to see Alex. Unfortunately, I can't show the match. It's not my match to show. If I show the match, it's a copyright strike, and they'll take down the stream completely. So I understand that might be an inconvenience, and you guys probably can't do this and the match. If you're on mobile, you can only watch one thing, and you have to go watch the match. I completely understand. That's fine. I cannot show it. I've already been in trouble once this tournament for showing the game, and I'm not going to risk losing the entire channel. It's just not worth it. It's very similar to when you see these, they call them stream companions in a lot of other sports, where a streamer will watch something like a UFC pay-per-view. They can't air that pay-per-view. That defeats the purpose of the pay-per-view. So this is copyright material from CONCACAF. I don't have the rights to share it with you myself. So kind of the same thing, just not a pay-per-view. So I'm following that same general structure of a watch along or a watch companion. This is a watch party. We're here to chat with you and enjoy the game with you if you need a buddy. But we cannot physically show the game. CONCACAF's marketing partners would probably not be too thrilled to hear they're not enforcing that copyright. Less than 2 minutes. Guys, it's business time. This is going to be intense. That's going to be a card. Yep. Big old handful of shirt. $80 votes in the poll, and 90% of you are with Guatemala. Wow. Thank you guys for participating in that. Hey, if we do more stuff like this, if you guys are liking this kind of content where we do watch alongs and we keep doing it, maybe we figure out a way to do something even more than the polls. Maybe we can find an interactive way. I need to do my own homework here and probably set up stream elements and set up some commands in the chat, and we can have some more fun with some interactive AI in the chat. At least get some commands going. Ooh, great opportunity for Guatemala. And it's not over. Pressure's still on. Another set piece opportunity here. Oh. Oh. Oh, guys. Panama misses a sitter. I guess he was a little further from that than it looked from the other angle. Man. Guatemala looking to punish here. Can they? Another counterattack from Panama coming. Very close indeed. Holy moly. Guys, we're on the business end here. 47 seconds to go. I think this is going to extra time. Panama playing for extra time. They're killing the clock. I've never seen this before, and I've seen it in 2 games now. Why wouldn't you bring this ball forward and try and force some pressure? And interesting. I don't understand this. We literally just burned 40 seconds off the clock instead of running one more play. And Guatemala's letting it happen. What in the world? Hey, do you guys, so you guys in the chat, maybe you know better than me. What is the strategy there? Why? Why would you do that? Are they just resting, thinking they're not going to get that final goal? Why wouldn't you throw everything at the goal there? Both games have happened that way, so obviously there's some strategy behind it of some form. I don't know what it is. Well, we're going to have a few minutes here. We'll wait for them to reset. We're going to go into extra time. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but especially after Panama had such a close call there at the end of the game to get the go-ahead goal, the fact they didn't want to continue to apply pressure is perplexing to me. Scared of getting countered? I guess. I mean, what's the difference of being scared of being countered there as opposed to any other time during the game or during extra time? You know you've forced 10 more minutes of play that you have to participate in, where you could be gassed or pull a muscle or miss on a counter there because of fatigue. That's just what I'm thinking if I'm a coach, but I'm not. I am a couch analyst. Excuse me. Crowd's been great. What a great crowd. Love it. Look at the Panama side, too. Oh, I love that so much. How many people are tuning into this game? 16,000 people watching on YouTube. That's cool. That's really cool. Here we go. 5 minutes of extra time. Another quick break, and we do it again. Oops. Man, this is very intriguing, these last two games and the approach to the final whistles. Will we see somebody break through here? Whew, it's almost Panama. First shot. Wow. Close. Panama having the better opportunities here recently. Oh, you heard a sub, Luke? I'm not hearing those sub sounds for some reason. David! Hey, good to see you again, my friend. Welcome back. Hey, happy to do it. It's been fun. This has been a really fun tournament to cover, with the exception of our favorite team sucking. It's been a really good tournament. I think there's been a ton of upside in this tournament when you think about the CONCACAF teams. I think the teams that didn't perform well for the most part were expected. I think the teams that are in the semifinal deserve to be here. They've worked their asses off. Turn on the fish tank light. I should kick it back on, because I think, yeah, I see they're still awake in there. They're used to being in bed by now. This guy right here, I don't know if I'm quite pointing at him in the top corner there. He's one of my big boys. And then the other big guy is down in the bottom over there. You see him chilling, staring at you like, what are you still doing up? I got a ton of work to do to that tank. I've been putting it off to watch CONCACAF. Half my lawn's mowed. I'm going to get in some trouble here pretty soon. Boss is going to say something. Maybe I should kick those lights on for a little bit. Where's my interface for the tank? Here it is. I knew I had a tab open. Let's see if we can do a little 30-minute override, if that'll get us through the rest of this match. No. Hello? There we go. Oh, that's way too bright. What happened? There we go. Yikes. The algae's worse in there than I thought. Let me reset this. Hang on a second. Yeah, they didn't like that. Now we have futsal widows. Oh yeah. She's been very understanding. Why isn't that resetting? Okay, here we go. All right. Oh, you know what it did? Is it kicked out my preset. Still very intense. Our friend Chris having to split up a little bit of banter. Let's put it that way. 2.5 minutes left to go, guys, in this one, and it has been very back and forth. Revert to schedule. All right, I think I'm back. I wonder why I've never seen it do that before. Great save. Oh, that could have been it. Great save from the Guatemalan keeper there. Wow. Huh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right. this this game, these guys, they're looking for any advantage, aren't they? Wow. And this guy, this holy crap. This is getting intense. This might turn into a UFC fight real quick. That's a that right there is the fifth foul for Guatemala. I don't know how many that was for Panama after that blow to the back of the head. I didn't catch it. I don't know if anybody in the chat saw it. So this is what I mean. You know, so fouls from the second half carry into extra time. So you have to be extra mindful of that. So now Guatemala's in trouble. They have another foul, and it's going right to the penalty spot, right to the 10-meter mark. So they got about 6.5 minutes where they have to be mindful of their intensity. They can't lose the intensity, or Panama's going to punish. But at the same time, you better bet your bottom dollar that Panama's going to be looking to bait you into a foul and get that easy shot one-on-one. My goodness. This is intense. These guys must be exhausted. To play at this level for this long and now be an extra time. You can see it with some of the players. Look at the hands on knees here. And I'd say again, they just played yesterday and they've got this quick turn into a very intense semifinal. Tough schedule. Ooh. Man, they've got the Panama manager jumping up and down over there. He did not like that. Little slow on defense there from the Panamanians. Less than a minute to go. 58 seconds. Wow, what a lift. Thirty seconds. Oh. Wow. Lucky there. Chris didn't see enough. And I think that's fair. But again, Panama definitely looking to try and draw that last foul. Again, Panama looks fine to just run out this clock. Well, there they go. Now they're looking for. Oh my goodness. Did you see that? What a goal for Panama. Wow. With 1.6 seconds left. No way. It looked like they were going to run the clock down again. And they just lulled Guatemala to sleep a little bit there. But credit where credit is due on that shot. I don't think the keeper was ever getting that. Oh, that camera angle doesn't do it justice. Come on now. Come on now, CONCACAF. Yeah, what a hit. Yeah, you're right, Luke. We got some dancing. Yeah. So can they see this through for another 5 minutes? Can they play smart for just 5 more minutes? I think this would be quite an upset for Panama if they beat Guatemala here. That would be quite the upset. Goodness gracious. What a rocket. Looked like the outside of the foot. A little bit of curl on it. Okay. That's it. Now we go into the second extra time. Quick minute for a reset here. Panama's got to be feeling good. They got to be feeling extra special. My lights are really low back there. You see that? What in the world did I just schedule? Wow. Wow. I'll tell you what, guys. It has been, this semifinal has delivered for both games. Massive quality. Massive, massive quality. And again, all the teams deserve to be here. This has been an incredible matchup in a lot of ways. So Guatemala's got some thinking to do. They're in some foul trouble. They're on their 5th foul, but now they're down a goal. With 5 minutes, looks like they've already got somebody prepped to be their 5th attacker right off the rip. So it looks like they're going to come out swinging. If you'll remember, the fifth attacker worked really well for them against the United States. They got 2 goals with the fifth attacker in quick succession in that last group stage. And they dialed back the fifth attacker, put their regular keeper back in, and found the tying goal later in the game. But it was shortly after they had created such a momentum swing by doing that that it just absolutely deflated that U.S. team. Well, Panama starts with the ball as well for the second half. 5 minutes. Here we go. Incredible stuff. Noticed the Guatemala Pivo really looking for that little lift over his fixo on a quick turn to run down the line. Seems that he seems to be his preference. Wonder if it's not. Oh, yep, there's our foul. Everything looks worse in slow mo. I don't know how many fouls that is for Panama. Might only be 4. Yep, 4th. They just confirmed it. Definitely an advantage for Panama right now. Got that fifth attacker on the back post. He's pretty open if this guy can turn his hips and find that pass. Oh, there's a great back post. Oh no, he skied it. Oh, that was a beautiful play. Oh no. Yeah, I mean body positioning was all wrong for that one to get that on frame. Unfortunately, I mean, I think a lot of it's just got to do with energy levels at this point. Ooh, not what they wanted there either. Guatemala's under the gun. Uh, wait. Oh, I see. Okay. There's a. Wait, is this a? Oh, you know what it was? Ah, I see. That was a second pass back to the keeper. I'm such a fool. Good to keep that out. That was a great opportunity for Panama. I can't believe I missed that in the run of play. That's what that call was. I thought they were getting set up for a corner. Yeah, you're right, Luke. You did bring that up yesterday. Huh. It must have had a crazy bounce on it that it's found its way back into play in the middle of the air. There it is. There's the 2-goal advantage for Panama. Oh, guys. Wow. That might be it for Guatemala. They've just not had convincing offense in this late part of the game to suggest that they're going to be able to overcome this in 3 minutes. Panama through. Yeah, Luke, you're right. I think so. I mean, they really locked it down tonight. And to be fair, they've done that all tournament, so maybe I didn't give them enough credit. I just thought that I felt Guatemala had better. Well, that's not even true. You know, a lot of people were saying that that United States, Guatemala, Dominican Republic, Trinidad group was kind of a group of death, but I think it was more Panama's group because you had Panama, Cuba, Canada, and Nicaragua. Everybody in that group came up with some points. Very competitive. Here we go. Nope. Again, deflected. Fifth attacker's not having the best day. Great. Roll shoot. Ah, ha, ha. Yeah, Luke, I think you're onto something there. They just didn't look convincing in the final third for a lot of this second half, and especially extra time. Not a lot of memorable opportunities for them, whereas Panama has kind of been knocking on the door in a lot of ways most of this second half. You could almost feel the goals coming. Excuse me, guys. Allergy season. Great lift. Nope. What? You know, this they're kind of losing their heads, aren't they? What was that distribution? Again, easy to say from the couch, but that did not look good. Three of his players were behind him. Oh, wow. What's wrong now? Bad sub? I don't know what that was. If it was a bad sub, it would have been a wouldn't that have been a card? So must have been something else that Chris saw there. Oh, so does that fifth attacker count as the goalkeeper on that play? So he shouldn't have touched the ball in that half? Must have been, because if it was a bad sub, there would have been a yellow card. That's standard, no matter what. And the way they set that kick was about where the fifth attacker picked up the ball. So maybe even though he's a new player, he still counts as the goalie in that second touch. I should probably turn on commentary so I can actually hear what they're saying about that. I bet that's what it was. Never run into that scenario before. Oh, easy. Oh, he didn't hit it. Yeah, I'm thinking it might have been Luke, even though it was the real goalkeeper and then the fifth attacker. Still, technically, your dedicated goalkeeper is on his second touch. That's a second time in extra time that Guatemala has made that mistake where they've played their. There it is. It's over. 6-3. 12 seconds left. You can tell this Guatemala team's gassed. Probably a little down with that fifth goal, because they are not coming back with the same pace defensively that they were before. Like, look at this. Um, okay, that's not a good camera angle for it, but after the fifth attacker did that slide, he kind of stayed on the ground. Unfortunate collision for the other Guatemalan player, but their third guy was still way up the court. I mean, these guys have been playing for so long. I don't blame him one bit for being tired at this point. 12 seconds to go before it's official. Referee switching sides. Red card. Red card to the Guatemalan coach. Assistant coach. So I've seen this before where a lot of times referees will switch sides if they're having a problem. Try and give it a fair shake, give it a chance to reset, maybe a fresh set of ears, calms everybody down. But the ref switched places and he just gave him the old red card right off the rip. So that, like I said, this guy's been getting an earful on the other side. I wonder why he and Chris switched for that. Some of those, oh, yikes. Why? So there it is. Hey, Panama is through. I know a lot of you guys were cheering for Guatemala. So I'm sorry. Uh-oh, what? Wait, what? Oh, 0.3 seconds left. Okay, 0.3 seconds left. I mean, you can't help but cheer. You're 3 goals up. They ain't scoring a goal every 10th of a second. But let's go ahead and let this run out and make it official. You know what's really cool about this, guys? I know that, like I said, a lot of you are cheering for Guatemala, but this means that for sure on Saturday, we will crown a first ever CONCACAF champion. For the first time ever, one of these teams will be winning CONCACAF. What is... How many seconds are left? Surely we got through 0.3 of a second there. They put a second on the clock. Oh, the clock must have been wrong. Goodness gracious. Time should be up. That should be the game. There it is. Chris said, hey, that's enough. We know who won this. Man, I'll tell you what. Not the result I expected, but Panama sure did earn it, didn't they? What an effort by those guys. And look at the fans. Look at what it means to the fans. I love that. What a great little crowd there in the corner. Love it, love it, love it. Players go straight there. Ah, what an honor. So Saturday, we will have history no matter what. No matter what. That's kind of cool. Something to look forward to on Saturday. Speaking of Saturday, we'll be here. We're going to do it again. We're going to do another watch party. We're going to catch the third place match, which will be Guatemala versus Costa Rica, which a lot of people thought would be the final. And then Panama looks to shut down Cuba. And their defensive toughness hold off a very young squad in Cuba. We won't find out till late on Saturday. So the bronze medal match will take place at 8 p.m. Eastern time. That's 6 p.m. local time or mountain time if you're in one of my United States people. And then, of course, the next match then will be at 10, much like semifinals were tonight. So we'll be able to watch both, sit through both, and enjoy. And I think we're going to have a ton of fun enjoying this final. And it is, again, 4 very good teams facing each other. This time for some hardware. Curious who's going to take it home. Anybody in the chat got some predictions? Who's winning that Costa Rica-Guatemala game? For me, as you guys are typing, Costa Rica, I think, is going to win that. Especially, I think their experience is just gonna play a big part. Excuse me. And Guatemala again has just had too many lapses in like there's just been too many times they've kind of gone um, MIA in the middle of a match. Um, and then for the final, I picked Cuba yesterday. After today, I feel a little less confident in that pick, but I'm sticking with it. I'm sticking to my word, guys. I'm not going to switch on you and try and bamboozle you. I'm sticking with Cuba and that youthful squad in the final. Um, we'll see how tired legs affect Saturday. Will that one day off be enough for all these teams playing on extra time? At least they all had to go through it. So it'll still technically be an even playing field as far as workload was concerned. Um, man, oh man, we got our money's worth tonight, didn't we? We ended up streaming for almost 4.5 hours today watching these games. 4.5 hours of watching futsal tonight. So we got it. We got a good little stream here that we got to put together. That was fun. Luke says Costa Rica and then Cuba in the final. I agree, Luke. Yep, I'm with you there. Guatemala is a really good squad, but they've just had some weird moments this tournament where I don't want to say they fall asleep. That's not fair, but they just kind of lose focus or something. I don't know. They could absolutely beat Costa Rica. That's going to be a really good match. But Costa Rica's experience and on that level of stage and higher is going to be difficult. Going to be tough. And then Panama just looks so confident in every game. Whereas Cuba is a lot of what I saw and really appreciated in Canada in the sense that they just have a really strong positive energy, and they've just really impressed me in the sense that they don't stop for anything. They don't give up for anything, and played smart, but with a lot of passion. So uh, I like it. I like what we're seeing. I want more. All right, guys. Well, it's 30 past midnight here in my neck of the woods, so I'm gonna call it a day. I appreciate the last 4.5 hours. Hey, good night, Luke. Thank you so much for being a part of it and joining me in the chat. Sorry that link didn't work out. I don't know what the deal is with that. Maybe at some point, not before the final, but maybe we need to dig into that a little bit off stream. If you don't mind helping me with that one of these days. I won't be available tomorrow, and I don't want to rush it on Saturday, so we'll figure it out as we stream on Saturday. But after that, maybe we need to reset our links or something. Maybe we need to create a new room or something. But guys, it was an absolute pleasure as always. Really great chatting with you all. Uh, really like where this is going with these watch parties and enjoying you guys being a part of the community and being active in the community. Uh, Tonight was fantastic. We gained 8 subscribers and we had over 2,600 people check into the stream at some point. So that is so cool. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for being a part of this community and helping us grow at what has been an exponential rate during these CONCACAF championships. We will continue to provide futsal content after the fact. So stick around and keep an eye on our videos and our interviews that we do. We save all our interviews so you can watch them later if you can't be here live. When we do interviews, you get to be a part of the chat. They are live, so you can ask questions and continue to interact. We encourage it, and we do prioritize your questions over our own. So ask David in the chat. He's been a part of it before. So, guys, thanks again. Love you so much. Thank you for being a part of this. This is such a great community, the futsal community, and we're really shining out here. So I will see you guys in 2 days. Until I see you then, of course, you know my line. Don't forget to play with your soul.